What if the fate of nations hinged not on battlefields, but on whispers and shadows? As the clock struck midnight on the cusp of 1870, a secret so potent crackled through the air like static electricity, flickering between the flickering gas lamps of Paris and the steel fortresses of Prussia. Soldiers armed with rifles and ambition were mere puppets in a masterful game of deception. The real war was waged in the hearts of men, cloaked in the fog of espionage and greed. What if the whispers spoke of a plot so diabolical, it could rewrite history? Picture a clandestine meeting in a dimly lit tavern, where schemers traded not just secrets, but souls. An envelope sealed with blood-red wax contained the key to a catastrophe, one that would ignite not just a war, but an entire era of chaos. Betrayal dripped from the brims of their top hats, laughter mingled with the scent of gunpowder, and money exchanged hands faster than the flick of a saber. Who were these shadowy figures, and what fueled their frenzied ambition? A rogue general with a penchant for the macabre? A cunning diplomat who reveled in the art of manipulation? No one knew, yet everyone trembled in their presence. For in this twisted game, friendship was the sharpest knife, and loyalty a distant memory. But as the flags unfurled and cannons roared, a single question loomed larger than the battle itself: what was the cost of ambition? With each shell that exploded, lives shattered like glass. With each general's order, destinies twisted into grotesque shapes. Soldiers charged into hell, their spirits tethered to promises made in drunken revelry. And then, in the cacophony of war, a laugh, cruel and triumphant, echoed over the din. What if the real enemy wore a mask of respectability? Was it the Prussian general, a genius of strategy, or the French emperor, a figurehead drowning in his own delusions? Each had their schemes, their dreams, yet the puppet strings pulled taut as they danced on the brink of annihilation. Underneath their polished facades lay a treasure chest of sins, and somewhere beneath the rubble of their ambition lay the truth, an unspeakable truth, thick with the stench of betrayal. The battlefield flickered with the fires of passion and the chill of despair, yet in the shadows, the real puppeteers plotted a massacre of a different kind. They tossed dice with destiny, betting lives like trifles. They whispered sweet nothings in the dark, but what emerged screamed truths too savage for sunlight. So, where do you stand? As chaos unfurls, will you be the spectator or the player in this deadly game? The lines blur. Once you step into this world, there's no turning back. Each revelation, a step deeper into the labyrinth, each heartbeat, a countdown to the revelation of a chilling truth, one that could shatter the very fabric of nations. Are you ready to confront the echoes of ambition in the heart of war? The clock is ticking. I remember the crackle of tension hanging in the air, thick as the smoke from 1,000 extinguished dreams. It was a hot July day in 1870, the sun hung low in the sky like an ominous eye, watching, waiting. In the streets of Paris, shadows stretched long and sinister, whispering of confrontations yet to come. The city buzzed, a wild orchestra of voices, but underneath it all was an unsettling silence, an uneasy breath held in anticipation, like the stillness before a storm. I remember standing there, my heart pounding in my chest, each beat a countdown to the chaos that would soon erupt. Henri, a soldier with the spirit of a lion but the heart of a lamb, stood nearby. His face was a mask of resolve, yet beneath the surface lay a tempest of doubt. He had joined the army to protect his homeland, to chase glory under the tricolour flag. But the weight of expectation pressed down on him like a leaden shroud. What glory is there in war? He often whispered to the stars at night, the universe indifferent to his plight. The echoes of his unasked questions hung around him, shadows trailing close as he marched towards a fate he had not fully chosen. And then there was Clara, his sister, a firebrand with hair like sunlit wheat, fierce as the winds of change. The suffocating weight of nationalism clung to her like decay, wrapping around her every thought. What does it mean to be French? She would ponder aloud, her voice slicing through the chatter of the city. The Prussians loomed like an unseen spectre, and she felt the pulse of her country thrumming in her veins. We must fight for our identity, Henri, she urged, her eyes alight with passion. But behind her fierce words lay a creeping fear, the fear of losing everything, the fear that perhaps her brother would not return. Across the Rhine, in the heart of Prussia, Otto von Bismarck surveyed the landscape, his mind a chessboard where every piece was placed with calculated precision. The shadows of war danced in his thoughts. He was a puppet master pulling strings, a cold smile playing upon his lips. He understood power, understood that blood could be the ink with which history was written. The ambition coursed through him, a dark river threatening to overflow its banks. Unification through war, he muttered, the words tasting like iron on his tongue. He was a man who could turn brother against brother without a flicker of remorse. He wore the emerging chaos like a tailored suit. As tension simmered, the world held its breath. The letters exchanged between Paris and Berlin crackled with animosity, the ink barely dry before the next volley of insults. "We are a proud nation," Bismarck, the French declared, defiance ringing in their words. "We will not be cowed." But the Prussians, with their eyes sharp as daggers, responded with calculated disdain. "Perhaps you should be." The pages of history turned, the ink running red with the blood of the innocent. I remember the moment when everything shattered like glass. The telegram arrived, a mere slip of paper, yet it felt like a death sentence. The Ems dispatch. A misinterpretation, a spark igniting a powder keg. Bismarck's laughter echoed through the halls of power, a haunting sound that reverberated through the streets of Paris. "Let them come," he said, his voice dripping with malice. The world spun on its axis, time itself bending as the call to arms rang out like the toll of a bell. I could almost hear the echo of that bell in the distance, calling men and women to fight for something they could not fully grasp. Henri felt it first, an electric surge coursing through him, a roar, pulsing fear cloaked in bravado. He turned to Clara, who stood there, resolute but trembling. "I have to go," he said, his voice barely a whisper, choked by the weight of what was to come. "I must fight for our country." The words hung between them, a fragile thread on the brink of snapping. "But what if you don't return?" Her voice cracked, tears pooling in her eyes like unshed rain. He reached for her, the warmth of her hand a balm against the icy fingers of fate. "I will fight, Clara. For you. For us." The promises rang hollow, a desperate hope against the tide of inevitability. She watched him walk away, the weight of unspoken words heavy in the air. The world beyond was a blur, a cacophony of marching boots and clashing swords, and she stood there, rooted to the spot, a guardian of the past while the future loomed like a darkened sky. As Henri joined his brothers in arms, I could feel the tremors of history thrumming through the ground. The march to war was not a triumphant procession, it was a funeral dirge for dreams deferred. Each step he took echoed through the corridors of time, and I could almost hear Clara's heart breaking, a sound that reverberated through the canyons of her mind. The despair twisted around her like vines choking a dying tree, leaving her breathless, paralyzed. The battlefields awaited, a grim tableau painted in shades of grief and valor. The cries for glory would soon fade, drowned by the anguish of loss. I sensed it all, the swirling chaos, the impending doom. I could feel the spirits of the past screaming against the winds of change, a chorus of forgotten souls crying out for justice in a world that had turned its back. And so, the stage was set, the players in motion, hearts pounding like war drums. Shadows lengthened, time slipped away, and the clocks ticked down to a confrontation that would echo through eternity. I remember it all, the fear, the hope, the ache of longing that knotted within me. The night was coming, the darkness would soon swallow the light, and within it lay the promise of both destruction and a bittersweet rebirth. The air crackled with the weight of history, and I stood there, trembling, waiting for the inevitable storm to break. The clock strikes 3, an unholy hour. Shadows twist and stretch across cobblestones like fingers grasping at secrets buried deep beneath the weight of history. I stand on the edge of a restless crowd, an electrified mass of bodies swaying in sync with the pulse of a fevered hope, a desperate yearning for something, anything, that feels solid. The banners flutter like wounded birds, red and black against the twilight sky, and I can hear their whispered promises, echoing in my ears. Unity. Strength. A new dawn. But I can't shake the fear that this dawn might swallow us whole. Helena stands at the forefront, her bright blue eyes shimmering with fervor, a fire ignited by a lifetime of unvoiced dreams. I see her pulse quicken, her breath shallow, as she raises her voice above the cacophony, a clarion call that pierces the air like a knife. We are Germans. We deserve a place in the world. The words tumble from her lips, raw and desperate, each syllable a drumbeat, pulling the crowd into her orbit. But there's a crack in that passion, a flicker of doubt that gnaws at her heart. But at what cost? I want to scream, my own fear echoing in the silence that follows her declaration. Beside her stands Friedrich, shoulders squared, jaw clenched. A soldier returned from the fringes of conflict, but his eyes reflect a different battle, the war within. He clutches a faded photo of his brother, lost to the madness of a world at odds. For our homeland, he bellows, and the crowd roars back, an ocean of voices crashing against the shores of uncertainty. But I can see the tremor in his hand, the way his lips quiver when he speaks of glory. He is a man haunted, his dreams tainted by the specters of past loyalties and the blood that stains his soul. We must stand united, he insists, yet his heart whispers, but will that unity drown us? I watch as their worlds collide, dreams twisting like vines, choking each other in the suffocating embrace of nationalism. Helena and Friedrich, two faces of a burgeoning movement, each yearning for connection, yet bound by the chains of their ideals. They are flawed, how can they not be? I see the way their breaths come in ragged gasps, as if they're trying to inhale the very essence of a future they can't fully grasp. Their lives are a tapestry woven with threads of hope and fear, love and rage. The crowd swells, a tide that threatens to pull us under. I feel the heat of their passion radiate, and yet, there is an undercurrent of something darker, a shuddering anxiety that ripples through the air, heavy and oppressive. Will we burn the bridges that connect us? I wonder, as fists raise and voices escalate. Will we erase the very fabric that binds us together? The chants grow louder, a symphony of fervor that drowns out reason, drowning out the haunting question that lingers like smoke. In the distance, a clock tower tolls, each chime echoing through the alleys like a heartbeat, steady, relentless. With each stroke, the city breathes, alive yet suffocating under the weight of its own ambition. I see glimpses of those who stand on the fringes, their eyes wide with fear. They whisper of division, of betrayal. They watch as the beast of nationalism rises, and I can feel their dread sizzle in the air. What if the unity we seek becomes a weapon against us? Helena catches my gaze, and for a moment, time stands still. The world around us fades into a blur, and all I can see are the flickers of hope dancing in her eyes, the burning intensity of a soul fighting for a place in history. We must believe, she implores, and I want to reach out and shake her, to scream that belief alone is a fragile vessel, easily shattered by the weight of reality. But her conviction pulls me in. I remember the days when I too believed, when the world seemed painted in broad strokes of possibility. But then the shadows creep closer, voices that rise not in celebration but in anger. They chant of bloodlines and ancestry, a twisted interpretation of identity that sets my skin crawling. Fear grips my heart, pulsing like a spiked drum. What have we become? I wonder as I glance to Friedrich, whose brow furrows deeper with each passing moment. I can see the conflict tearing at him, like a fierce wind tearing through a fragile flower. I want to stand proud, he whispers, but pride can blind. It can consume. And just like that, the moment shatters. A stone flies through the air, a piercing scream follows. It strikes the ground, echoes like a gunshot. Chaos ignites, bodies surge and crash like waves against the shore. The air thickens with fear, with anger, and I feel the weight of it pressing down, suffocating. I see Helena and Friedrich fighting against the tide, their hands reaching for one another through the tumult. Don't let go. I want to shout, but the words die in my throat, swallowed by the storm. Their eyes lock in that moment, a connection forged in desperation. A single heartbeat, a breath held, then the world fractures. The crowd erupts, a living organism of conflicting desires. I feel the heat of their rage ignite, and fear blooms within me, dark and intoxicating. Is this what we've become? I think as the shadows stretch and writhe, hungry for discord. As the sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and despair, I am left with a trembling heart, caught in the eye of a storm. The banners flap widely, ancestral symbols transformed into weapons of division, and I realize, this is not just a rise of nationalism, it is a descent into chaos, a call to arms that threatens to consume us all. And yet, amidst the turmoil, I can still hear Helena's voice echoing in the dark, vibrant yet fragile. Together. We stand together. I cling to that hope, that flicker of belief that whispers beneath the tumult. But in the shadows, I see the darkness coiling tighter, and I know, this is just the beginning. The clock ticks on, relentless, and we march toward an uncertain dawn. The clock tower struck midnight, its chime echoing through the cobbled streets of Paris, a herald of the insurrection simmering beneath the surface. Each resonant toll felt like a heartbeat, a reminder that time was slipping through fingers like sand. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, mixed with the sweat of fear and the iron tang of blood yet to be spilled. It was a night pregnant with possibilities, and in the shadows danced the specters of revolution, whispering promises of change that could either ignite hope or unleash chaos. I remember the faces. Oh, God, the faces! They flickered through my mind like candle flames in a storm. There was Emile, a brooding figure with dark, stormy eyes that sparkled with a dangerous intelligence. A poet at heart, his words could incite men to march and inspire a generation to dream. Yet, standing there, his knuckles white around the hilt of a dagger, I could see the turmoil churning within him. The weight of his ideals was pressing down, his heart a battleground of passion and despair. When he spoke of liberty, each word dripped with fervor and fear, a duality that made my skin crawl and my heart race. He was both hero and villain, savior and savage, and his world was crumbling around him. Then there was Juliet, a flame-haired firebrand with a spirit as wild as the wind that swept through the narrow alleys. She wore her heart on her sleeve, a fierce loyalty to the cause that made her beautiful and tragic all at once. She would stand by Emile's side, urging him on, her laughter a sharp contrast to the cries for justice that echoed in the distance. But I saw the cracks in her armor, the way her smile faltered when she thought no one was watching, the tremor in her voice that belied her bravado. She was a woman caught between the chains of a society that sought to bind her, and the revolution that could either set her free or bury her beneath its rubble. The night grew heavy with tension as shadows loomed, cloaking the streets in uncertainty. I could feel the electricity in the air, a storm brewing just beyond the horizon. The distant sound of drums thrummed like a heartbeat, pulsing through the ground, drawing us toward the center of the gathering storm. I remember clenching my fists, the taste of adrenaline mingling with fear. Oh, the fear! It wasn't just the fear of what might happen, but the fear of what had already begun. The cries of the oppressed echoed in the dark, a chorus of anguish that felt like a knife cutting through the silence. Libet! Egalite! Fraternite! The words rolled off their tongues like a chant, incantations that could awaken the dead. Emile and Juliet stood together on the precipice of change, their hearts pounding in synchrony, but the weight of the moment threatened to crush them. I saw it in their eyes, the flicker of doubt, the haunting question of whether their sacrifices would be in vain. Time stretched, elastic and taut, as if the universe held its breath. In that moment, the night seemed to pause, the world narrowing down to the three of us, the dreamers, the believers, the unwilling warriors. I could feel their hopes and fears intertwining with mine, a tapestry woven from despair and ambition. We were all ghosts haunting the alleyways of history, chasing shadows of a future that might never come to pass. With a sudden jolt, the atmosphere shifted, and the distant rumble of marching boots drew closer. The soldiers were coming, and with them, the specter of violence. I watched as Emile's face hardened, determination etching lines across his brow. "We cannot turn back now," he declared, his voice a low growl that sent shivers down my spine. There was a rawness in him, an intensity that consumed the air around us, igniting the last embers of hope. Tonight, we fight for our future, for the dreams we have clutched to our chests like fragile birds. Juliet's hand found Emile's, their fingers entwined like vines seeking the sun. But at what cost? She pressed, her voice laced with a fierce vulnerability that struck through the bravado. "We could lose everything, our lives, our dreams. I would rather die fighting than live on my knees," he replied, his heartbeat thrumming with the rhythm of defiance. The fire in his eyes was a beacon, drawing her closer, an unbreakable bond forged in the crucible of desperation. I could feel the weight of her choice, the excruciating pain of love and sacrifice intertwining like the vines of ivy creeping up the stone walls. As the first gunshot pierced the night, the world exploded into chaos. A cacophony of screams mingled with the shouts of soldiers, the air thick with the clash of ideals and the sound of bodies hitting the cobblestones. I felt Juliet's grip tighten, and in that moment, time collapsed. The echoes of history collided with the present, and I was swept up in the tide of emotions, fear, rage, love, and loss swirling together in a tempest that threatened to consume us all. I remember the faces again, those haunting reflections of despair and determination. Each person standing alongside us, each heartbeat echoing the desire for change, became a flicker of light in a world steeped in darkness. The ghosts of our past whispered tales of revolutions lost, and the weight of their stories hung heavy in the air, urging us forward. We surged into the chaos, hearts pounding like war drums, the once innocent dreams now raw and bloody against the backdrop of a city on the brink of transformation. The battle was not just against the soldiers, but against the very fabric of oppression that had woven itself into our lives. And as I looked at Emile and Juliet, I felt the undeniable truth that in the quest for a new dawn, we might have to confront the shadows lurking within ourselves. In that electric moment of conflict, as the world exploded around us, I realized that freedom was a fire that could consume us all. And the haunting question lingers still: would we rise from the ashes, or would we be swallowed whole by the very flames we sought to ignite? The answer hangs suspended in the night air, a chilling promise of what was yet to come, as we plunge deeper into the heart of the storm. The clock strikes midnight, echoing through the darkened halls of the Reichstag. Shadows flicker against the stone walls, and for a moment, all is still. The air crackles with tension, thick enough to choke on. Otto von Bismarck stands at the edge of a precipice, his mind a tempest, his heart a battlefield. He looks out the window, the moonlight bathing the cobblestones below in an otherworldly glow. Outside, Berlin sleeps, but within him roils a storm, a cacophony of ambition and dread. I remember the night I first saw him, a figure cloaked in shadow, hardened features illuminated by the flickering candlelight. He was not a man but a force, a wind that could lift nations or shatter dreams. His eyes, piercing and relentless, whispered volumes of strategy and resolve, yet I could see ghosts in them, haunting memories of war and betrayal. He was a puppet master, but what strings did he pull? What sacrifices did he make to stitch together the fabric of a fractured Germany? Across the room, a woman stands, the embodiment of conflict itself. Countess Clara von Schomberg, radiant yet tormented. Her beauty is a weapon, her heart a prison. I can feel her desperation, the weight of loyalty and love crushes her spirit. She longs for Bismarck, yet she fears the man behind the vision. She knows his heart, or thinks she does, yet the cold steel of his ambition sends shivers down her spine. Otto, she whispers, voice trembling, are you willing to spill blood to achieve your dreams? Her words hang heavy, reminiscent of the scent of rain before a storm. He turns to her, a flicker of something human flashes in his eyes, regret, perhaps. Clara, he murmurs, the weight of history poised on his tongue, the dreams of a nation often require the sacrifice of a few. Each syllable cuts deep, a blade against the tender flesh of her heart. Outside, the world is alive with chaos, the cries of dissent, the rustle of conspirators weaving through the night like ghosts. Bismarck is no stranger to these shadows, he embraces them, dances with their darkness. As the Chancellor, he is the architect of realpolitik, a cold strategist who knows that morality is but a luxury in the unforgiving theatre of power. He walks a tightrope, a jester cloaked in the garb of a king, relenting to no one but his own ambition. Every alliance, every betrayal, he confides to Clara, is a move on a chessboard where the stakes are life and death. The words ignite something fierce in her, a tempest of emotions. She is drawn to his brilliance but repulsed by the cost it exacts. The whispers of revolution beckon, and she fears for the very soul of the nation. Will you be the hero or the monster? She pleads, her voice barely above a whisper, yet it cuts through the darkness, a plea to reclaim the man she loves. In that moment, I see the conflict within him, a battle raging beneath the polished exterior. Bismarck's hands tremble, the weight of history pressing down like a shroud. For a heartbeat, he wants to be more than a chancellor, he longs to be a man, to be loved without the chains of ambition. Yet, he is bound by the relentless march of time, the ticking clock a constant reminder of the urgency of his mission. Clara, he breathes, and in that breath lies the universe, the hopes, dreams, and fears of a nation trembling at the brink of war. You speak of monsters, but tell me, what is a monster if not an exaggerated reflection of our deepest desires? She steps back, her heart racing, and for a moment, the world outside fades. The night is alive with the sound of distant gunfire, the cries of men willing to die for their ideals. The revolution is not a distant whisper, it is a drumbeat, a call to arms that rattles the very foundations of their existence. Bismarck's resolve hardens, his facade of calm cracking like dry earth beneath a relentless sun. If I am to be a monster, let me be one of my own making, he declares, voice low and fierce. In this game of power, there are no innocents, only victors and the vanquished. Clara's heart breaks, a shattering sound lost in the cacophony of ambitions colliding. But at what cost, Otto? Must you usher in darkness to achieve the light? His gaze holds hers, fierce, unyielding. The light is born from darkness. I will forge an empire, Clara, even if it means walking through the blood of 1,000 men. The weight of his words hangs like a blade over their souls, and she realizes then that she is not just bearing witness but complicit in his ambition. The shadows twist, taking shape around them, a dance of fate and folly. I feel the world around us shifting, the delicate balance of power teetering on the edge. The clock ticks louder, each chime a reminder of the relentless passage of time. The air vibrates with unspoken desires and fears, dreams weaving into nightmares as the past collides with the present. Tonight, in the heart of Berlin, the future hangs precariously. Bismarck, master of realpolitik, stands resolute, yet behind his steel facade is a heart that aches for understanding. Clara, torn between love and moral dilemmas, dances on the precipice of fear and hope, all while the world around them teeters on the brink of chaos. In this storm, they stand, two souls entwined in a deadly game, each heartbeat a drumroll heralding the clash of fate. Their lives are not merely their own, they are threads woven into the fabric of history, bound to play their parts in a world that demands sacrifice, a place where shadows flicker menacingly at the edges of ambition. And as the night deepens, as dreams and nightmares collide, I sense that the story is far from over, it is only beginning, an infinite loop of conflict and resolution, of ambition and despair, where every victory is coated in the ashes of losses too profound to comprehend. The clock continues its relentless ticking, echoing the heartbeat of a nation caught in the throes of transformation. The clock's hands shuddered as they struck midnight, the echo of each chime racing through the darkened halls of the embassy like a ghost running from its own shadow. I stood frozen, breath caught in my throat, heart pounding a frantic cadence that seemed to sync with the frantic whispers of secrets curling around me. The weight of impending doom hung thick in the air, a palpable force that pressed against my chest, and I could feel it, a premonition buzzing at the back of my mind, something terrible was about to unfold. "Do you hear that?" whispered Clara, her voice barely more than a tremor as she clutched the edges of her dress, knuckles white against the soft fabric. Her eyes darted to the door, wide and glistening with fear, reflecting the flickering candlelight like shards of broken glass. She was a bundle of nerves, a tightly wound coil of trepidation and defiance, ready to spring into action or shatter under pressure. I admired her bravery, even in moments of such terror. "It's just the wind," I replied, trying to sound more confident than I felt, even as my mind raced to the grim memories of war-torn streets and the cries of the innocent. But deep inside, an unsettling thought clawed at my consciousness. Was it really just the wind? Or were we about to witness the aftermath of a single misstep in a fragile dance of diplomacy? Clara's brother, Wilhelm, burst into the room, his face pale, eyes dark pools of anxiety as if the weight of the world rested upon his slumped shoulders. "They've intercepted the Emser dispatch," he gasped, the words tumbling from him like stones, each one heavier than the last. "The French, they know." I felt my world tilt, the ground beneath me shifting as if I were suddenly a character in one of those absurd medieval plays where fate twisted in the most unexpected of ways. The Emser dispatch, a simple communication, a miscalculation, but its implications, the implications were cataclysmic. A single parchment had the power to ignite flames of war again. Clara's breath quickened, her fingers trembling. "What do we do?" she whispered, casting desperate glances between her brother and me, as if we might conjure a miracle with our thoughts alone. The air thickened, a suffocating silence swallowing us whole. I could almost taste the metallic tang of fear on my tongue, the dread curling around my heart like a serpent preparing to strike. "We must warn the ambassador," I finally managed, my voice steadying. But did I believe it? Did I even know what that would truly mean? "Time is not on our side," Wilhelm muttered, pacing, his footsteps echoing ominously against the stone floor. I watched him, torn between the urge to reach out, to comfort him, and the suffocating anxiety that gripped my own heart. His face was a mask of fury and despair, a battlefield where the two emotions clashed violently. This could change everything, you know? Not just for us, but for the entire continent. The reality of our situation began to seep in, each thought layered, overlapping like the intricate tiles of a mosaic, each tile a life, a family, a story. I couldn't help but wonder whose pain would echo through history because of our misjudgment. How many lives would hang in the balance because of this moment? Will they come for us? Clara's voice was a whisper now, fragile as spider silk, yet I could hear the determination beneath it. She always had a way of turning fear into fuel, fire igniting in her spirit even when the world threatened to snuff it out. Perhaps, I admitted, each word a stone lodged in my throat. But we cannot wait for them to make the first move. We must take action now. And in that moment, I remembered everything I had read, leaders who made their names with ink and blood, treaties that were forged in silence only to be shattered by a single, careless word. As if summoned by the very gravity of our thoughts, a knock shattered our tense silence. It was rhythmic, deliberate, like a heartbeat in the stillness. We exchanged glances, panic rising in our throats, tightening. "Answer it," Clara urged, her voice a tightrope stretched between hope and terror. Wilhelm's hands trembled as he approached the door, and I could see the beads of sweat rolling down his temple, glistening like diamonds in a treacherous world. He hesitated, the weight of 1,000 breaths pressing on him. "We need to be careful," he murmured, more to himself than to us. "Careful?" I shot back, fear igniting my own spine like wildfire. "We are already caught in the storm. There's no point in avoiding the thunder." With a determined twist of the handle, the door creaked open, revealing a figure cloaked in shadow. My heart raced, not from relief but from an instinctual dread that crawled beneath my skin. The silhouette stepped forward, and the flickering candlelight caught the edge of a familiar uniform, the insignia glinting like a knife in the dark. "Ambassador," the figure said, voice low and gravelly, each word laced with an authority that sent chills racing down my spine. "We need to talk." The room shrank around us, the shadows deepening, and I sensed the presence of something far greater than our fears. The very essence of history, of nations colliding, hung in the air like a storm cloud ready to burst. We were teetering on the edge, not just of our own lives, but of the fate of many. And in that moment, I remembered the history I had studied with fervor, the tales of heroes and villains, of love and war. It all felt so distant then, yet so painfully close now. The echoes of their choices reverberated through me, urging me to act, to choose, to scream against the tides of fate that seemed so intent on pulling us under. As the figure stepped inside, the door swung shut with a finality that echoed in my bones. The air thickened, an unspoken agreement forming a bridge between what was and what could be. I felt a shiver run down my spine, the unseen weight of consequences settling heavily upon us. We were no longer mere spectators of history, we were players in a game far older than ourselves, a game that demanded everything, the heart, the soul, and perhaps, even the very essence of humanity. "Tell me," I breathed, daring to step closer, daring to confront the truth that felt like a specter hovering just out of reach. In that moment, I was acutely aware that this was not just about the Emser dispatch, it was about trust, betrayal, and the fragile threads that connect us all. And as the figure began to speak, carrying the weight of our choices, the finality of that moment settled upon us like a shroud. The world outside continued spinning, unaware of the tempest brewing within these walls, but we were caught, ensnared, and I could almost hear the clock ticking towards an uncertain future. The sound of boots echoed through the cavernous halls of the barracks, each step a heartbeat in the throbbing pulse of impending chaos. The air hung heavy with the scent of sweat and iron, a metallic tang that mingled with the unease resting deep in the stomachs of the soldiers. I remember standing there, the chill of the stone underfoot contrasting sharply with the fire roaring in my chest. The flickering shadows danced on the walls, merging and separating like restless ghosts anticipating the worst. Jean-Pierre, his face a canvas of fear and resolve, gripped his rifle with white-knuckled intensity. His eyes darted to the door as if expecting the enemy to burst through at any moment, an uninvited spectre at a grotesque feast. The tension coiled around us, thick enough to slice through, and I could see the tremble in his fingers. "They say fate is a cruel mistress," he muttered, voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid that speaking it would beckon her closer. But I'd take her on in a heartbeat if it meant I could see my family again. I remembered the warmth of home, the laugh of my daughter, the sunlight filtering through the leaves in our garden, the smell of my wife's cooking. Those memories were a distant warmth now, flickering like a candle on the verge of extinguishing. Could I keep them alive in a place like this, where hope had become a ghost, and every shadow carried the weight of death? "Hold it together, Jean," I said, trying to find strength in my own quaking heart. I was a soldier too, yet I felt like a child lost in the woods at twilight, every rustle of leaves a reminder that monsters dwell in the dark. "We'll march at dawn. We'll do our duty." Duty. What a hollow word it felt like now, echoing against the stone walls as if mocking us. Outside, the city lay shrouded in a thick fog, the street lamps flickering like dying stars, their light barely penetrating the gloom. The preparations were underway, tents being pitched, supplies being gathered, yet all I could hear was the silence that screamed louder than any battle cry. In another corner of the barracks, Marie, a medic whose steely determination belied her gentle heart, prepared her kit with meticulous precision. Her hands moved deftly, yet I could see the tremors there too, her resolve a fragile veneer. "Every soldier needs saving, but who saves the saviors?" she said, her voice steady, but the depth of her eyes betrayed a storm raging behind them. "If I can save just one, but could she?" I remembered the faces of those I had already lost, the cries that haunted my dreams. Each name, a ghost whispering in my ear, tugging at my conscience. The weight of their absence felt like chains around my soul. "We need to be ready, Marie," I said, hoping my words would anchor her. "We can't afford to fail." She looked up, and for a brief moment, we shared a silent understanding, a recognition of the absurdity of it all. Here we were, standing on the edge of a precipice, ready to leap into the unknown, and yet we clung to our humanity. I remembered how we laughed in the face of despair, how she'd joked about the soldiers' reluctance to get their hands dirty. "They'd rather be polished like old spoons," she'd said, and we had laughed until the echoes of our mirth felt like a shield against the encroaching darkness. But laughter was a fleeting balm, and soon the reality of the impending mobilization swallowed it whole. Plans were being drawn, maps spread across tables like a tapestry woven from fear and desperation. In the center of it all, the officers discussed strategies, their voices rising and falling like the swell of an ocean tide. We stood on the precipice of war, and yet I felt like a lost sailor adrift, the compass spinning wildly, pointing in every direction but true. "I remember the tales of glory," Jean-Pierre said, voice thick with irony. "The brave soldiers, the honor, the victory. But they never mention the screaming, the blood, the way the earth itself seems to weep." Each word was a dagger, piercing through the facade of bravado we wore like armor. I wanted to scream, to shake him out of this spiral of despair, but the truth was, I felt it too. The weight of what lay ahead pressed down on us, heavy and suffocating. The plans, the preparations, what did they amount to? A futile dance around a fire, with the flames drawing closer, threatening to consume us all. The whispers of our mortality loomed larger than any map or strategy. As night fell, the atmosphere thickened, a palpable tension coiling like a serpent ready to strike. The city outside whispered secrets, shadows slinking through the streets, carrying the weight of a world on the brink. I caught glimpses of the lives we were about to disrupt, lovers parting, mothers clutching their children, the laughter of a child that could soon become a distant memory. "Do you ever think about how this will change us?" I asked, the question hanging in the air like a heavy fog. "If we survive, what will we become?" Jean-Pierre stared into the flickering flames, lost in thought. "We're already changed," he replied. "The moment we signed up, we became different men. But we can still hold on to something, hope. Marie interjected, her voice a fragile thread, unraveling. Hope feels like a cruel joke now. Silence fell, a hollow echo of what once was, and I thought of the absurdity of it all, the weight of duty, the ghosts of the past, the churning uncertainty of the future. How could we muster strength when the shadows whispered doubts in our ears? But the night wore on, and we prepared, because what else was there left to do? In that moment, I understood that the mobilization was more than just an order, it was a reckoning. We were not merely soldiers, we were dreamers caught in a web of nightmares, hearts pounding with every breath taken in that oppressive silence. Time ticked on, marking the moments until dawn, the inevitable collision of hope and despair. And while plans were drawn and preparations made, deep within the marrow of our bones, we knew that war would not merely change the world, it would tear us apart and reshape us, carving us anew, like marble fashioned by a merciless artist. With every heartbeat, every breath, we stood on the brink of an abyss, ready to leap into the chaos of fate, the pulse of our humanity echoing through the darkness that awaited. The air hangs heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth and the metallic tang of blood. Sounds of clashing steel and anguished cries echo like a sinister symphony through the narrow streets of the city. I stand within the chaos, a mere shadow among the flickering flames that leap eagerly against the gathering dusk. My heart races, every beat becomes a thunderous drum in my ears. This isn't just a battle, it's a reckoning. I remember the moment when Friedrich's eyes met mine across the chaos. They sparkled with fierce determination, tinged with a flicker of something else, doubt. The weight of his armor seemed to crush him, each plate a reminder of the alliances forged in hurried desperation. We are but pawns, caught in a game we scarcely understand, yet we fight, driven by the ghosts of our pasts. His breath comes out in quick bursts, fogging the air between us. We can't hold them back for long, he shouts over the clamor, his voice a battle-hardened growl, yet I sense the tremor beneath. He's always been the stalwart soldier, the one whose grit could inspire the fiercest of hearts. But today, there's a flicker of vulnerability in him, a momentary crack in the steel facade. It pulls at me, urging my own fears to surface. I remember the days before the storm, when we carved our dreams into the fabric of this fractured land. We believed that the German Confederation would unite us, a tapestry woven from the threads of disparate states. But alliances, like delicate glass, shatter at the slightest tremor. I watch as the banners dance wildly in the wind, their colors blending, bleeding into one another, no longer symbols of unity but of impending doom. And there's Lena. Oh, sweet Lena, whose laughter used to echo like a joyous melody amidst our grim realities. She stands just beyond my reach, her fingers trembling as they clutch a frayed piece of cloth, the remnants of what once was a wedding dress, perhaps, once white and pure, now stained with the grime of battle. I see her lips move, but the noise is lost beneath the cacophony. I can only imagine the words, the pleas for peace. Each syllable is a drop of rain in a desert of despair, lost before it can touch the ground. Friedrich! I shout, adrenaline surging through me. We need to fall back. Regroup. But he shakes his head, resolute, yet I can see the flicker of doubt in his eyes. It's a dance we know too well, the pull of duty against the instinct to protect. He's a soldier, forged from the iron of loyalty, but at what cost? I can feel the weight of the choice pressing on us, like the very armor that binds him. The ground trembles as chaos unfurls around us, soldiers shouting, falling, rising again. I catch glimpses of faces, strangers bound by a shared fate yet divided by the very lines we drew in the sand. Each form that collapses sends a ripple of dread through me, a reminder of the fragility of life. Memories flash, the laughter, the shared meals, the dreams we wove over flickering candlelight. All teetering on the edge of oblivion. Stay with me, I plead, but the shadows of doubt lurk in both Friedrich and Lena's eyes. I remember the pact we made under the moonlit sky, a promise to protect one another, to forge a future from the ashes of this turmoil. Yet here we are, standing at the precipice of despair, and I wonder if that promise was merely a phantom, a whisper carried away by the winds of fate. Lena screams, a piercing sound that cuts through the noise, and I turn just in time to see a wave of soldiers cresting over the hill, our enemies, a sea of steel and malice. My heart clenches, they come like a tempest, ruthless and unyielding, ready to swallow us whole. I feel the ground shift beneath me, the trembling earth echoing my own internal chaos. Fall back! Friedrich bellows again, and I see it, the flicker of panic in his eyes, the memories of those we've lost clawing at his resolve. I can't bear it. I can't watch him fracture under the weight, like glass cracking under pressure. In that moment, I remember the stories of heroes and villains, of honor and betrayal. The tales we once clung to, and now they lay shattered at our feet. I reach for Friedrich's hand, squeezing tightly, as if to anchor him to me. We'll fight together. We'll find a way. His gaze holds mine for a heartbeat that stretches into an eternity, time slipping like sand through our fingers. And for a fleeting moment, hope flickers in his eyes, mingling with the shadows of despair. But then it's gone, lost amidst the cries of battle. The clash of swords grows louder, the flames hungry for the lives we once believed were ours to protect. I think of the future, what we envisioned, what we dreamed of together, a home bathed in laughter, not drenched in blood. I feel the breath of the past wrapping around me, a suffocating shroud of memories. In that instant, the world narrows, just the three of us, amid the chaos of humanity, the storm closing in. The weight of choices lies heavy, dark as the night sky, and I know with a visceral certainty that this moment will echo through time. A fracture, a fissure, a moment that could either shatter or bind us together. And then the first shot rings out, a flare of light in the darkness, slicing through the tension. I can't breathe. I can't move. But I know one thing, whatever fate awaits us, we stand at the crossroads of our destinies, hearts beating as one against the tide of despair. This battle is only the beginning, an echo of a greater storm that will test our resolve, our alliances, and our very souls. As the sun dips below the horizon, darkness looms, a harbinger of the trials yet to come. We are not just fighting for ourselves but for the very essence of who we are, a fragile fire flickering against the night. And as the chaos swirls around us, the unyielding question remains, will we emerge from this tempest, or will the shadows consume us whole? The answer, wrapped in the fabric of fate, waits just beyond the abyss. The world had gone silent. Not a whisper, not a rustle, just the flat, oppressive stillness of breath held tight. It was the kind of silence that gripped you by the throat, that made your heart pound louder than the distant echoes of war. The air was thick with the weight of expectation, like the moment before a storm breaks, pregnant with chaos. Henri stood at the edge of the river, his fingers trembling against the cold steel of his rifle, staring into the dark waters that mirrored the sky, deepening grey, foreboding, as if warning him of what lay ahead. I remember the first time I saw the Rhine, he whispered, though he was alone. I thought it was a gateway to something majestic, something beautiful. Now, it felt like a gaping maw. The water lapped at the bank, taunting him, reminding him of the lives that would soon be washed away, the dreams drowned beneath the murky depths. Beside him, Elodie crouched low, her eyes scanning the horizon. She was a force of nature, unyielding, fierce, but even she couldn't shake the gravity of the moment. Henri, she urged softly, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in a gust. We have to move. They're waiting. But the urgency in her tone was marred by the fear that danced in her eyes. Fear of what they would face, yes, but also fear of who they might become. A distant rumble echoed through the trees, the sound of engines, the growl of machinery primed for destruction. It sent a shiver down Henri's spine, something primal awakening within him. The fight ahead was not just against the enemy, it was a battle against the ghosts of who they were, the farmers, the lovers, the dreamers, now stripped bare, reduced to mere cogs in a relentless war machine. I remember the night before I left home, he murmured, the memory a soft whimper. The stars were so bright. I thought they were a promise. Promises are made to be broken, Elodie replied, the edges of her words jagged with a bitterness she couldn't hide. In her mind, she replayed the faces of those she had lost, friends swallowed by the void left in the wake of conflict, and now they were just names etched into her heart. They were no longer just soldiers, they were vessels overflowing with memories, carrying the weight of yesterday into a tomorrow that felt as bleak as the winter sky. The sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that reached across the damp earth, stretching toward the unknown as if begging not to be consumed. Are we doing the right thing? Henri asked, his voice barely above a whisper, laced with doubt. What if we're wrong? What if this is just another grave for our souls? We fight for them, Elodie replied, her conviction a flicker of light in the encroaching darkness. For those who cannot fight for themselves. For the children. For our future. But even as the words spilled from her lips, she felt the weight of her own uncertainty, the hollow ache of hope crumbling beneath the surge of fear. The moment fractured like glass, shattered by the sudden blare of horns and the rapid thump of boots on the ground as their battalion surged forward, a tide of bodies and determination. Henri felt the swell of adrenaline, a primal scream rising within him. This was it, the crossing, the reckoning. Together, he shouted, as if the word could bind them, could weave the frayed edges of their souls into something whole. They surged across the riverbank, the cold water splashing against their legs, the chill biting at their skin, but nothing compared to the fire that raged in their hearts. The world around them blurred, a cacophony of shouts and gunfire echoing through the air, drowning out the haunting memories that clung to them like shadows. But within the chaos, a figure emerged, flanked by soldiers, the unmistakable insignia of the enemy stitched onto dark uniforms. A commander, face set like stone, embodying the very essence of war. Perhaps he, too, carried ghosts, families torn apart, dreams shattered, but to Henri, he was a monster, a symbol of everything they fought against. Hold the line. The order cut through the air, sharp and absolute. The ground trembled beneath their feet as artillery erupted, the earth shattering in a violent display of power. In that moment, time fractured, memories surged, dreams collided with reality. Henri could see the faces of children, the laughter of a time long since buried. Elodie's steady presence beside him, her hand gripping his arm, was a lifeline, a reminder that they were still human, still alive in this hell. They fought like wild animals, instinct taking over as fear and fury intertwined into a single, unstoppable force. Each shot fired was a heartbeat, a pulse in the dark, a testament to their existence. Henri felt the weight of the rifle, the cold precision of the trigger beneath his fingers, and he thought of the stars above, of promises made to a world that seemed to have forgotten them. There was no luxury of thought, only the raw, visceral need to survive, to push forward against the tide of despair. Elodie shouted, her voice fierce, a beacon cutting through the chaos. For them. For the future. And with each word, she was both warrior and poet, a symphony of hope amidst the chaos. But the fight was not just with the enemy, it was with themselves, their fears, their doubts, their humanity. Henri felt the weight of each decision, the cost of each life taken. And in that cost lay the heart of the matter, the essence of what it meant to be alive in a world that had turned so cruel. As the sun crawled lower, shadows lengthened and the battlefield transformed into a haunting tableau of courage and devastation. Blood soaked the earth, mingling with the cold, muddy water, life interspersed with loss. Henri and Elodie pressed on, propelled by memories and the faint whisper of dreams that dared to linger. In that moment, the world faded away, there was only the sound of their heartbeats, the pulse of survival echoing through the chaos. And with every step, they crossed not just into Germany, but into the very core of their beings, unraveled, terrified, but fiercely alive. Together, they whispered, a promise tripping over their tongues like a prayer. And even as the ghosts of their past loomed large, they marched forward, into the unknown, the uncertainty stretching out before them, beckoning them into the silence ahead. Time slipped away, shadows danced, and the night loomed closer, but their spirits, fragile yet unyielding, remained entwined, resonating with a haunting melody that would never fade. The battle was far from over. The thick, acrid air stung his nostrils. Jack stood at the edge of Wissembourg, peering into the smoky veil of twilight, shadows twisting like lost souls beneath the creeping dusk. It was a night that promised fury, a night that would rip apart the fragile scenes of their lives. The distant rumble of drums echoed like the heartbeat of a dying beast, each thud a reminder of the impending tempest. He could almost hear the ghosts of those who had fallen, their whispers swirling around him like a shroud. "I remember," he murmured, his voice raw, "when I thought war was a distant storm, a mere rumor in the taverns while I counted my coins." His fingers trembled slightly, clutching the hilt of his sword, the metal cold and unyielding, a mockery of the warmth that had once filled his heart. But now? Now, he could feel the weight of every decision he had made, the lives he had intertwined with his own, all teetering on the brink of calamity. Across the plaza, Elodie moved like a phantom, her eyes dark pools of determination against the gathering gloom. She bore her own burdens, scars hidden beneath layers of resolve. "This is not just a battle, Jack," she had told him earlier, a trembling intensity lacing her words. "It's a reckoning." The flicker of candlelight caught her profile, illuminating the fierce set of her jaw, a warrior forged not by choice but necessity. They had laughed once, oh, how absurd it seemed now, but laughter felt like a distant memory, like the fleeting shadow of a vanished star. I remember the softness of her laughter, he thought, but the thought twisted in his gut. What had that laughter ever meant to the world ready to consume them? How could joy exist in the face of such impending darkness? It was foolishness, a cruel joke played by the universe. And yet, in that moment, as the night swirled into chaos, he felt her gaze pierce through the shroud of despair. She approached him, a specter of defiance. "Are you ready to fight, Jack?" she asked, her voice steady, but her eyes betrayed a flicker of doubt. He could see it, a splash of fear against the backdrop of her courage, and it mirrored his own. They were two sides of the same coin, desperately trying to shield one another from the truth. "Ready," he echoed, the word tasting foreign on his tongue. Could anyone ever be ready for the heart-stopping roar of battle? He thought of their village, the children playing in the streets, the old men sharing stories by the fire. All of it was suspended on the precipice of destruction, and the weight of that knowledge pressed against his chest, an unbearable burden. "I'm not sure what ready even means anymore." A sharp cry cut through the air, a herald of the chaos to come, sending a rash of dread clawing down his spine. The sounds of armor clinking like laughter in a graveyard filled the night. The enemy was upon them, swarming like locusts, hungry for blood. The distant glow of torches flickered against the horizon, painting shadows that danced in a grotesque waltz. I remember, Elodie's voice broke the silence, the tales of glory and valor. They spoke of heroes, but they forgot to mention the screams. Her words hung heavy, and suddenly, the vibrant tales felt like poison on his tongue. "What will they write of us, Jack? Will they remember our names or simply cast us into the shadows like specters of failure?" "Perhaps," he replied, voice low, trembling at the edges. "But I'd rather be a shadow than a memory of our cowardice." Fear surged in him, coiling tightly like a serpent, but it was a fear tempered by a growing resolve. As his heart raced against a backdrop of drums, he felt alive in a way he had never known, a raw, electric pulse that surged through his veins. They were not just fighters now, they were fellow travelers on a road lined with ghosts, each step echoing against the past. The ground beneath them trembled as the enemy approached, and silence hung heavy like a damning confession. The world felt suspended, time stretching out like a taut string ready to snap. Something shifted in the air, a whisper of fate. Jack glanced at Elodie, and in that moment of shared vulnerability, he saw the truth: he wasn't alone. They were two souls intertwined in a dance of desperation, a chaotic ballet performed on the stage of war. She reached out, her hand brushing against his, a simple touch that ignited a spark between them, a reminder that even in the face of despair, connection remained. "Whatever happens," she said softly, "we face it together." Together, he breathed, the word swelling inside him, and he felt the weight of her resolve, the strength of her spirit. The world around them darkened, shadows stretching as uncertainty loomed, but they stood firm. The drums grew louder, drowning out the sound of hope, but he could still feel it, a pulse beneath the chaos, a heartbeat of courage that echoed through the very air they breathed. Then, like a curtain drawn back, the battle erupted. Chaos swallowed them whole. The clash of steel rang out, sharp and bitter, slicing through the air like a knife. Jack swung his sword, heart racing, adrenaline surging through him like a wild river. Each strike felt like a question, a plea for survival, and with every swing, he fought not just for himself but for the memories they had forged together, the laughter, the fear, the hope. But there was no time to dwell on the past. The air was thick with the stench of blood and sweat, a nauseating concoction that filled his lungs as he pushed forward, Elodie at his side. Together, they carved their way through the fray, two souls against the tide of despair, fighting not just for their village but for the flickering light of their shared dreams. And just like that, beneath the cacophony of clashing swords and the cries of the fallen, Jack remembered the softness of her laughter again, an echo in his mind, a reminder that even in the darkest of nights, they were still alive. The world around was chaos, but amongst the horror, he held onto her hand, a fragile lifeline in the storm. The winds howled, carrying the weight of 1,000 losses, but together they stood, unyielding, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and blood, the sky a bruised purple, shadows stretching like fingers across the field. I stood there, heart thundering in my chest, a wild drumbeat resonating with the crack of distant cannon fire. The world felt suspended, as if time had been choked into a stillness that betrayed the chaos about to erupt. I remember clutching my sword, its cold steel biting into my palm, the weight of it a promise and a curse. "Stay close, Friedrich!" I called to my brother, his youthful face pale, but resolute. He nodded, though his eyes darted, wide with fear. I could see the war already creeping into his bones, gnawing at his innocence. A chill ran through me, a premonition whispering that this day would demand a price far greater than either of us could fathom. The Battle of Wörth wasn't just a clash of steel, it was a crucible where hopes and memories would meld into something unrecognizable. I crouched low, the dirt mingling with sweat and grime on my face, watching as our men lined up, a sea of uniforms and trembling hearts. Each soldier was a ghost waiting to be summoned, the weight of their stories heavy on their backs. I scanned the horizon, spotting our enemy in the distance, dark silhouettes like specters emerging from a fog. "Remember, brother," I murmured, more to myself than to him, "they bleed just like us." But even as I said it, doubt gnawed at my insides. Would I be able to look into their eyes, those strangers, those opponents, and see humanity? Or would the bloodlust consume me, strip away my soul until I was nothing but a machine of war? Then the horns blared, an ominous call that shattered the fragile silence. The earth shivered beneath our feet, each note resonating with a ferocity that beckoned us forward, urged us to unleash our fury. I glanced at Friedrich, whose youthful bravado was cracking, and in that moment, I saw him not as my brother, but as a child, one who had never known the cruelty of man. Onward, the shout rang out, carried by the wind like a promise of glory. I plunged forward, legs pounding against the ground, the world blurring into a kaleidoscope of colors, sounds, and emotions. I could feel my heart racing, a wild beast desperate to break free. The clash of weapons erupted around us, a discordant symphony of metal and screams. Each sound seemed to stab at my very core, each shout a reminder of our fragility. As I fought, it became a dance of life and death. I swung wildly, adrenaline pumping through my veins like fire, and I saw a man fall, his face contorting in pain as the life drained from him. He was not a stranger, he had a family, perhaps children who played in fields, dreams that withered in the face of our fury. I felt the bile rise in my throat, the horror clawing at my conscience. "Friedrich!" I called out, searching for his familiar form among the chaos, but the battlefield was a monster, swallowing men whole, devouring their hopes. Time stretched and twisted, moments crashing into each other until they became indistinguishable. I was lost in a labyrinth of violence, where every face was a blur, every scream a haunting echo. But then, I saw him. There he was, my brother, a fiery spirit amidst the turmoil, charging forth, bravado coursing through his veins. "For Germany," he shouted, a battle cry that tore through my heart. My chest constricted, panic prickling at my skin. "No. Come back." I screamed, but my voice was drowned in the fury of war. He was young, so young, a candle flickering in the wind, and I was powerless to stop him. I pushed through the throng, desperate to reach him, to pull him back from the precipice. Each step felt like wading through molasses, the ground threatened to swallow me whole. And then, as if in a cruel twist of fate, I saw him fall, suddenly, cruelly, as if the earth itself had betrayed him. Time stopped, the world around me faded into a ghostly silence, leaving only the thudding of my heart, a death knell that echoed deeper than the chaos. "Friedrich!" I stumbled, the sword slipping from my grasp, the ground rushing up to meet me. I could taste the salt of tears mingled with the dirt on my face, could feel the void opening beneath me. I scrambled, clawing at the earth, racing toward the one thing that anchored me in my brother. His eyes were wide, unfocused, and in that fleeting moment between life and death, I saw the ghost of our childhood, the laughter, the fierce loyalty, the dreams yet to be fulfilled. Hold on. Just hold on. I'm here. I reached him, hands trembling as I cradled his head, cradling the weight of his fate. The world surged back, a cacophony of screams and shouts, but all I could hear was the ragged breath escaping him, the warmth of his blood soaking through my fingers. And then, something shifted. A surge of men, our men, rallying around us, a tide swelling with ferocity. I could feel the intensity rising, a phoenix igniting from the ashes of despair, a flicker of hope amidst the chaos. I fought alongside them, a wild beast unleashed, driven by the need not for glory, but for vengeance, for justice. The battle raged on, shadows dancing against the crimson backdrop of a dying sun. I swung my sword, felt the satisfaction of striking back, the exhilaration of reclaiming my brother's spirit in every thrust, every parry. The world morphed into a storm, an unholy whirlwind where each heartbeat echoed the intensity of existence, where time itself felt suspended in a fragile embrace. Yet somewhere deep within me, a whisper grew, a haunting reminder of what we lost, of the price of victory. The shadows loomed, dark and menacing, as I fought not just for freedom, but for the ghost of innocence we were all losing in the fires of war. With each clash of steel, I knew this was only the beginning, the first act of a tragedy yet to unfold. And amidst the turmoil, I clung to the hope that even in the darkest of nights, dawn would rise anew. But for now, we fought on, a tempest of fury and despair, driven by a need to remember, to honor, to never forget the ghosts of Wörth. The echoes of our choices would haunt us, a chilling reminder that victory is never without cost. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, I felt the shadows closing in, an omen of the chaos still to come, binding us in a relentless cycle of blood and memory. The air was thick with smoke, acrid and suffocating, mixing with the sweet, heavy scent of fear. A lone bell tolled in the distance, its sound a mournful echo that sliced through the chaos. I stood at the edge of the square, heart pounding, the vibrations of distant cannon fire thrumming through the cobblestones beneath my feet. Strasbourg, my city, was a battleground, and its streets once alive with laughter now lay silent, save for the cries of the wounded and the desperate. I remember the faces. Sophie, her eyes wide, glistening with unshed tears, clutched the strap of her tattered satchel as if it were her lifeline. "We can't just wait here," she whispered, her voice trembling, barely above the sighing wind that carried with it the ghosts of those who had come before us. "We have to do something." Her spirit was fierce, but it danced precariously close to despair. I wanted to comfort her, to tell her that things would be all right, but those words felt like shards of glass lodged in my throat. How could I promise safety when death walked the streets like an unwelcome guest? Then there was Anton, standing a little too close to the edge of reason, his fingers twitching, each movement a reminder of the desperation clawing at him. "We have to strike back," he insisted, his voice rising, a fevered pitch that resonated with a kind of reckless hope. "They think they can take everything from us, but we are stronger. We won't let them." The fire in his eyes was both thrilling and terrifying, a candle flickering in a storm. I felt the weight of his words, each syllable a call to arms, yet I feared the recklessness that lay beneath that bravado. I remember standing there, heart racing, as the ground shook with the rumble of distant artillery. My mind flashed to the old stories, tales of brave knights and noble battles, of honor and glory. But this was not chivalry, this was survival, raw and brutal. The shadows stretched long as evening descended, the once radiant sky now an ominous grey, swirling with the promise of more violence. In that moment, I could see the ghosts of the past rising among the ruins, soldiers from ages long gone, their eyes hollow, their bodies mere echoes of their former selves. They stood witness to our plight, mocking our futile struggles with their silence. "Do you hear that?" Sophie murmured, her voice breaking through my reverie. It was a sound so faint, I almost missed it, the soft sobs of a child hidden amongst the debris. My stomach knotted painfully, a visceral reminder of what we stood to lose. In that instant, everything shifted. The battlefield wasn't just a stage for heroism, it was a canvas painted with the colors of anguish, despair, and loss. I remember when we'd run through the streets, carefree, Without a thought for tomorrow, I said, my own voice catching, feeling like an echo from another life. Now, we're trapped in this nightmare. Time felt elastic, stretching and snapping back with every clash of metal and every crack of a cannon. And yet, amidst the despair, I caught a glimmer in Sophie's eyes, a flicker of determination. Then let's make our tomorrow worth fighting for, she said, her voice stronger, a lifeline thrown into the chaos. But Anton, ever the wildfire, was already turning away, his mind racing with plans, his heart beating to the rhythm of rebellion. We have to gather the others. Mobilize. It's now or never. I could see the darkness creeping at the edges of his resolve, and I feared he would tip over into a void from which none could return. I wanted to shout, to pull him back, but the words died on my tongue. The night fell, heavy and oppressive, like a shroud wrapping around the city. Each footstep felt like a countdown, every breath a prayer for survival. The shadows whispered secrets I was too afraid to hear, and the silence that followed was more terrifying than the cacophony of war. We moved as though in a dream, stumbling through the wreckage of what had once been our home, the cobblestones slick with the remnants of shattered lives. Look! Sophie cried out suddenly, her voice piercing the thick gloom. I turned, following her gaze to a flickering light in the distance, a beacon of hope or a trap set by our foes. My heart raced, a war drum echoing in my ears. It could be survivors, she pressed, and I saw the longing in her eyes, the desperate need for connection, for reassurance. Anton's face darkened, a storm brewing behind his brow. It could also be death, he countered, but his voice held a tremor of uncertainty. I felt the tension crackle between them, a live wire teetering on the edge of explosion. I remember, I started, but my voice faltered. I remember the laughter that used to echo in these streets, the sunlight dancing on the river, the warmth of community. Now, all that remained was a cold, relentless siege, gnashing its teeth at the very heart of our existence. But as the flickering light drew nearer, something shifted in me, a fragile thread tightening. Maybe it was the dying flame of hope that refused to be extinguished. Maybe it was the shared defiance in Sophie's gaze that ignited a flicker of rebellion in my own heart. We stumbled toward it like moths drawn to a flame, unwittingly stepping closer to a reckoning that would either shatter us or forge us anew. Strasbourg was a city under siege, but it wasn't just the walls that needed defending. It was the spirit, the laughter, the love, the memories we refused to let die. In that moment, I felt the weight of our shared humanity, an unbreakable bond forged amidst the chaos, and I knew we were on the brink of something that would change us all forever. The echoes of the past met the shadows of the present as we moved forward, as a city, as a people. The confrontation with our fate lay just ahead. The siege was far from over, and the night was still thick with uncertainty, but beneath it all, a flicker of defiance remained, unquenchable and burning bright. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, a shroud over Spicheren that swallowed the noise and turned the world into a theater of silence. All around me, shadows danced, flickering as the last light of day surrendered to the encroaching night. I remember the first crack of a rifle, sharp and sudden, splintering the stillness like glass shattering. Time froze, a heartbeat stretched into eternity. It was more than just a battle, it was a moment of reckoning. I stand behind a crumbling wall, my heart pounding like a war drum. The ground trembles beneath me, reverberating with the chaos of men struggling against fate. I can't help but think of Mark, his face etched in my mind, a boy turned soldier, teeth clenched, eyes aflame with the fire of rebellion. He had been just a dreamer, sketching portraits of the world outside, of laughter that echoed in sunlight. Now, he was a ghost of that boy, trapped in a soldier's uniform, fighting for a country that felt more like a distant memory. He was my brother, my anchor. I remember our whispered secrets on moonlit nights, the way he spoke of glory, of freedom. The world was supposed to be ours, but now, in this hellish present, glory felt like a cruel joke. Celine, he had shouted earlier, his voice strained, cutting through the din of impending doom. I could hear the fear beneath his bravado, feel the weight of his desperation. The wind howled, a mournful song that tugged at my resolve. I pressed my back against the rough stone, feeling the chill seep into my bones. My breath hitched as I recalled the day I saw him take up arms, the pride in his stance, the defiance in his eyes. But that pride became a noose, tightening with every passing second as the enemy closed in. I could see the glint of their rifles, metallic harbingers of death, reflecting the waning light. Then there was Emile, a man forged from the embers of despair. He had fought longer than any of us. I remember the lines etched into his weathered skin, tales of loss carved into his very being. He had once been a baker, his hands skilled in kneading dough, but now they trembled as they held a rifle, gripping it like a lifeline. "We fight for what's left," he'd yelled, his voice raw as he rallied the remnants of our shattered squad. But I could see the ghosts of his past in his gaze, friends lost, homes burned, dreams annihilated. Each word he spoke was a prayer, a curse, a plea to remember that we were still alive, even as the world around us crumbled. A shot rang out, echoing through the hollow space of my heart. I felt it before I heard it, a ripple of dread coursing through the air. I turned just in time to see Mark stumble, a fleeting moment suspended in my mind like a cruel joke played by fate. His eyes widened, disbelief etching deeper lines into his youthful face. "Celine," his voice was a whisper, laced with anguish, a plea that twisted like a knife in my gut. Desperation clawed at my throat, raw and unyielding. In that instant, the world shrank to just him, just me, and the chasm that widened between us. No. I couldn't lose him. Not here, not now. The chaos of the battlefield blurred into a background hum as I surged forward, adrenaline pouring through my veins, drowning out the fear. "Mark!" I screamed, the sound tearing from my lips like a wounded animal. I didn't care about the bullets whizzing past, the cries of the fallen. All that mattered was him. Every heartbeat echoed in my ears as I reached him, the world around us becoming a blur of smoke and shadows. I knelt by his side, cradling his head in my lap, the warmth pooling beneath me, so much warmth. I could feel the life ebbing away, and my heart fractured with each ragged breath he took. "Stay with me," I whispered, though inside I knew it was a lie. "You're going to be okay." But even in his pain, Mark smiled. "Celine." I wanted to see the stars. One last time, his voice was a fragile thread, and I could see the light in his eyes fading, dimming against the backdrop of the night sky. The stars? I had always thought they were our dreams, scattered far beyond reach, but now they felt like distant memories, mocking us from the void above. "Look!" I urged, turning my gaze skyward, desperation weaving into my voice. "They're right there. They're waiting for you." But the truth clenched my heart. He would never see them again, never laugh at my ridiculous dreams, never join me in fights over the silliest of things. The weight of helplessness crashed over me, a wave that threatened to drown every last piece of hope. I felt Emile's presence beside us, his breath heavy with the burden of understanding. His eyes mirrored my despair, a silent acknowledgement of the tragedy unfolding before us. "We must keep fighting," he said, his voice a low rumble beneath the overwhelming silence of loss. For him. For all of them. But how? How could we fight when the very essence of our unity was slipping through our fingers like sand? I could feel the pulse of the battle around us, the clash of metal, the cries of men, each sound a reminder of what we had lost. My fingers tightened around Mark's hand, and in that grip, I felt the tremors of a promise, one that resonated deeper than the chaos. With a surge of determination, I stood, carving a path through the madness. We fight for our brothers and sisters, for dreams that echo in the night. My voice rang with a raw intensity that surprised even me. Each word became a rallying cry, a lifeline thrown into the abyss. Around me, the remnants of our squad rallied, drawn by that fleeting spark of hope in a sea of despair. The night, thick with shadows and the ghosts of the fallen, swirled around us. The battle was far from over, and though the weight of grief pressed down like a suffocating fog, their spirits ignited within me, a fire rekindled, fierce and unrelenting. And as the echoes of gunfire filled the air, I let the tears flow, a silent tribute to the brother I had lost, the man I had loved in my heart. The battlefield became a canvas of despair and resilience. Every shot, every cry, every breath we took stitched together the fabric of our fight. I could almost see Mark's spirit dancing among the stars, urging us onward, pulling us from the brink of darkness into the flickering light of something still worth fighting for. We plunged back into the fray, hearts beating as one, driven by the ghosts of those we had lost and the dreams still waiting to be fulfilled. In that cacophony of chaos, I whispered a promise into the night, a promise we would not surrender, not now, not ever. The air is thick with the stench of gunpowder and dread. The night is alive, as if the shadows themselves are whispering secrets of betrayal in darkened corners, the moon a witness to the unfolding tragedy. Somewhere in the distance, a gunshot reverberates, sending shockwaves through the heart of a soldier who stands there, frozen in a moment of paralyzing fear. Pierre, clutching his rifle, feels the weight of fate pressing on his shoulders like an iron shroud. His breath comes shallow and quick, echoing like the distant thud of approaching boots. I remember the quiet before the storm, he murmurs, his voice a fragile whisper swallowed by the chaos. How it felt like the world held its breath. The memory comes crashing back, the laughter of friends, the warmth of home, the softness of the summer sun. But now? Now, there is only the staccato rhythm of war, the relentless advance of an enemy that has encircled them, tightening like a noose. Across the battlefield, Elise kneels in the muck, her hands trembling as she binds a wound, each not a prayer. She is a medic, forged in the fire of conflict yet haunted by the faces of those she cannot save. Hold on, please, just hold on, she pleads, her heart racing as if it, too, is fighting for life. The young soldier's eyes are glassy, his breath a ghostly whisper, she knows he teeters on the brink of oblivion. I remember, she gasps, the day I chose this life, the day I thought I could change something. But here, in this morass of despair, can she truly save anyone? The encirclement tightens. German forces move with a calculated ferocity, a relentless wave crashing against the feeble barricades of French resolve. Each advance is a whisper of doom, a reminder that hope is but a flickering candle in a tempest. Pierre's mind races, a cacophony of thoughts jumbled in the chaos. What do I fight for? Is it for my country, my family, or simply to survive? The night deepens, punctuated by the screams of the fallen. The moon hangs low, casting eerie shadows that dance like specters. He recalls the face of his brother, the one who promised to come home. I was supposed to protect you, he mutters under his breath, guilt gnawing at his insides. The images swirl, his brother laughing, carefree, before the war stole everything. That laugh feels like a ghost, taunting him with every heartbeat. Elise looks up, her heart racing not just from fear but from a deeper ache. She had trained for this. She had read the manuals, memorized every procedure. Yet nothing could prepare her for the blood, the screams, the way hope dwindles like a dying ember. I remember a time when I wanted to heal the world, she whispers, her hand stained with crimson. But now, all I can do is soothe the dying. But each life lost weighs heavily on her soul, a burden she carries like an anchor pulling her deeper into despair. As the encirclement closes, the night thickens with tension, a palpable anxiety that prickles at the skin. Pierre's heart races, he can feel the fear of the others around him, each man grappling with his own demons. Will I be remembered for my bravery, or as another name etched into stone, he thinks, a grim fate awaiting him if he falters. The air grows colder, the encroaching shadows are no longer just a metaphor but a chilling reality. The German forces unleash a rain of artillery, exploding in a cacophony of sound that shakes the very ground beneath them. Pierre dives for cover, the world erupting in chaos around him. His heart pounds, a relentless drumbeat of fear and resolve. This is it, he thinks, this is where I make my stand. He can almost hear the rhythm of his own destiny in the thunderous explosions. Elise is thrown to the ground, the air thick with dust and debris. She gasps for breath, blinking against the ringing in her ears. Stay with me, she cries out to another soldier, whose life is slipping through her fingers like sand. Her hands, slick with blood, tremble as she tries to hold on to the soldier, to her hope, to any semblance of humanity left in this nightmare. The encirclement is not just of the enemy, it seeps into her very being, tightening its grip, squeezing the will to fight from her veins. I remember the dreams, she whispers, as if the words could conjure a different reality. The dreams of a world without war. But those dreams are now ghosts, haunting her every thought. The quiet that once surrounded her is a beautiful memory twisted by the nightmarish cacophony of conflict. Time stretches, bends like a fragile twig about to snap. The sounds of war intertwine with the beating of hearts, their rhythms syncopated in a dance of desperation. Fear is a constant companion, whispering doubts that claw at the edges of sanity. Pierre's hands grip his weapon, his knuckles white, every fiber of his being screaming for survival. For my brother, he thinks, for the laughter that once filled my life. But the German strategy is relentless, piercing through the fog of war, a cold, calculating force that leaves no room for mercy. The darkness presses in, thick and suffocating, and with every heartbeat, the realization sinks deeper. This is not just a battle, it is a crucible, a test of their very souls. Pierre and Elise find themselves intertwined in this tempest, both yearning for a spark of light in the enveloping gloom. Is this how we end? He wonders, fear gnawing at him. But even as despair washes over him, a flicker of defiance ignites. No, he cries inwardly. We fight. We fight because we must. It is a promise, a desperate vow that pulsates in his chest, urging him forward even as shadows threaten to consume him. And in that moment, amid the chaos, amid the encirclement that encroaches like a predator ready to pounce, the flicker of hope becomes a roar. The battle rages on, relentless and unforgiving, but Pierre and Elise stand firm, anchored in their resolve, poised to confront whatever darkness lies ahead. The night is far from over. The air hung heavy, thick with the scent of gunpowder and desperation, as the first cannon roared like a beast awakened from centuries of slumber. A heartbeat later, another followed, a grim symphony echoing across the fields of Sedan, where dirt and blood would soon mingle in a grotesque dance. I stood among them, soldiers and shadows, each man lost in his private nightmare while the world exploded around us. I remember the feeling, raw fear intertwined with a longing that gnawed at my insides. I had come to fight, but all I felt was the weight of what I might lose. Henri, my brother, torn between duty and dread. I watched him, the flicker of his hope dimming like the sun swallowed by clouds of war. His gaze, once bright and unyielding, now carried the burden of too many choices made and too many lives at stake. His hands trembled, not from fear but from the weight of inevitability. "They're coming," he whispered, half to himself, half to the voices that no one else could hear. I wanted to tell him it would be all right, but those words felt hollow, like an empty promise left to rot in the bitter air. And then there was Clara, a figure of grace wrapped in the chaos of men and machines. She stood, ghost-like in her sorrow, clutching a letter she would never send. It was addressed to Henri, though she wouldn't dare say it aloud. I could see the tremors in her hand, the way her fingers traced the rough edges of the parchment as if it could somehow shield her from the storm. "Why do they fight?" she asked, her voice cracking like fragile glass. I wondered if she had always carried that question in her heart or if the war had carved it there. The earth trembled beneath our feet, and the first wave of Prussian soldiers surged forward, a dark tide breaching the shore of our defenses. I could practically taste the fear rising in my throat as the clash began, chaos unfurling like a nightmarish tapestry. I remember the sounds, screams, shouts, the clatter of boots on cobblestones, and the dreadful silence that followed each life extinguished. The weight of those moments sat heavy on my chest, a leaden reminder that every second held the potential for destruction. "Hold the line" rang out like a death knell, and somewhere in the din, I caught sight of Henri, standing tall, though I could see the cracks forming beneath his bravado. I wanted to scream, to pull him back, but my voice was lost in the cacophony. Instead, I gripped my musket tighter, the cold iron biting into my palm, a cruel reminder of the choice to fight or flee. He caught my gaze, a fleeting moment suspended in the chaos. In that glance, I saw not just brotherly love but a shared understanding, a pact forged in the fires of fear. With each cannon blast, the ground shook, and I felt something shift within me, a strange sense of calm amidst the storm. I remember thinking of the lives we had led before this, of lazy afternoons spent laughing at the riverbank, our dreams sprawling out before us like the endless horizon. Wouldn't it be easier to turn back to that, to the ridiculousness of our youth? But here we stood, bound by this dreadful sense of duty, chasing shadows that danced in the periphery of our minds. The battle raged on, a maelstrom of chaos and despair, and I saw Clara, her eyes wide with terror, as she rushed toward the front lines. "Henri," she cried, desperation lacing her voice, threading through the din like a lifeline. My heart clenched as I watched her run, a delicate flower crushed beneath the weight of steel and bloodshed. I was struck by the absurdity of it all, how a single moment could unravel the fabric of our lives, how love could become a weapon and a shield all at once. And then came that moment, sharp and searing, when everything changed. A shot rang out, a solitary crack that shattered the air like a glass dropped from a high ledge. Time slowed, stretched into an agonizing infinity, and I saw Henri fall, his body crumpling like parchment consumed by flame. The world around me fell silent, the chaos dulled into a haunting whisper. I froze, the musket slipping from my fingers, forgotten. No! Clara's scream tore through the stillness, a raw, primal sound that echoed in my bones. I rushed forward, but it felt like moving through thick fog, every step weighed down by the enormity of what lay ahead. I reached him, kneeling in the dirt, and the blood soaked through my fingers as I cradled his head. "Stay with me," I begged, my voice barely a whisper, the words tumbling from my lips like desperate prayers. His eyes flickered open, the light dimming as he struggled to find the strength to speak. "Promise me," he rasped, and I could see his life slipping away, the weight of unfulfilled dreams hanging heavy in the air. And just like that, the battle raged on, the world around us a blur of colors and chaos, but in those final moments, time stood still. I could feel Clara's presence, a ghostly shadow at the edge of my vision, her breath hitching as she joined us in that sacred space. The air was thick with unspoken words, with the weight of love and regret, a tapestry woven with threads of loss. "Promise me," Henri's voice faltered, and I squeezed his hand, the warmth fading like sunlight swallowed by clouds. "I promise," I whispered, though I felt the lie coil in my throat. I had no idea what I was promising, only that I would hold on to this moment, this agony, like a talisman against the darkness. And then it was gone, the light, the laughter, the very essence of the man who had stood beside me through countless storms. The battle continued to rage, but inside, I felt the world shatter, 1,000 pieces scattering like autumn leaves caught in a whirlwind. As I looked up, the chaos came rushing back, the frantic cries and the pounding of boots on the ground, but now it all felt distant, like echoes from a life that had once been. Clara was at my side, her face streaked with tears, her heart breaking in a silence that screamed louder than gunfire. "What do we do now?" she asked, her voice trembling as she struggled to comprehend the enormity of it all. "Survive," I whispered, though even that felt like a hollow promise. The battle was far from over, and the world was shifting beneath our feet. Shadows loomed large, and as I grasped her hand, I knew that this moment, this pain, would linger long after the war ended. I remember the night that followed, where the stars hung heavy in the sky, watching, knowing, as we stumbled forward through the wreckage. The echoes of the battle faded, but the scars would remain. We were lost, but in that loss, we found a flicker of hope, a determination to honor those who had fallen. Even as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that loomed over Sedan, we carried the weight of our love, our grief, a fire ignited in the darkness, a promise unbroken. And so we pressed on, into the unknown, where the battle was only just beginning. The air crackled with the weight of 1,000 unshed tears. Paris lay silent, a city caught between breaths, a tension so thick it wrapped around the throats of its people, tightening like a noose. I remember the moment clearly. The bells tolled in the distance, each clang echoing the heart's relentless beat, a grim reminder of what was to come. Shadows danced under flickering gas lamps, painting ghostly figures on cobblestone streets slick with the remnants of a recent rain. I was there, caught in the maelstrom of fear and uncertainty, knowing that history was about to swallow us whole. 3 figures emerged from the darkness, their fates tangled in a web spun by ambition and despair. Napoleon III, the man who had once cradled the dreams of an empire within his hands, now trembled beneath the weight of his own hubris. His eyes, once filled with a fierce determination, now flickered with a mixture of defiance and dread. He wore the crown of a fallen king, and it was heavy upon his brow, pressing down with the guilt of every decision that had led him to this moment, this juncture of ruin and reckoning. Beside him stood Marshal MacMahon, a soldier forged in the fires of loyalty and betrayal. His heart beat furiously against the confines of his chest, racing as he wrestled with a loyalty that felt increasingly like chains. MacMahon's thoughts spiraled, a cacophony of duty and desperation. He had fought for his emperor, but as he heard the distant thunder of approaching footsteps, he questioned whether his allegiance was a shield or a shackle. The sound of boots resonated like a war drum, growing louder with each passing second, fueling his anxiety. And then there was Elodie, a woman caught in a storm of her own making. She had once dreamt of a France that was glorious and united, but now the dream felt like a spectre haunting her. Her heart was a battlefield, torn between love for her country and a fierce protectiveness over the man who had led them to this moment. As the shadows crept closer, she felt the chill of inevitability seep into her bones. Her hands trembled, not from fear, but from the weight of the decisions that would soon be thrust upon her. She could feel the spectre of history lurking behind her, whispering dark promises of what was to come. I remember the first time I saw him, she thought, her mind racing back to sun-drenched days, laughter spilling like wine over gilded tables. I remember the hope, the promise of a new dawn. That hope now felt like shards of glass embedded in her heart, painful and irreplaceable. She glanced at Napoleon, his face, once a beacon of hope, now a canvas of despair. How had it come to this? She had believed in him, she had believed in them. The skies darkened with the thrill of impending chaos. Elodie's fingers itched, longing to reach out, to touch the ghost of what once was. Is this how empires fall, she wondered, and a part of her cringed at the thought. The air was thick with the smell of smoke and something more acrid, fear, raw and unfiltered. And in that moment, she felt every heartbeat resonate with the footsteps advancing, each one an echo of the past, a warning from the future. The soldiers were nearly upon them now, their uniforms a sea of blue and grey, a tide that threatened to drown the last vestiges of the empire. MacMahon's hands clenched into fists, rage mixing with a sense of hopelessness. All for what? A man who gambled with the fate of a nation. Napoleon, sensing the shift in the air, straightened his back, the last remnants of his imperial demeanor rising to the surface. I will not go quietly, he declared, but his voice quivered, betraying the fear that lurked just beneath the surface. He was the emperor, but these moments stripped him bare, unveiling the cracks in his facade. I will not be a ghost, he murmured, half to himself, half to the darkening sky. And then it happened, the rush of soldiers crashing into their sanctuary, the clash of boots on cobblestones, the sharp intake of breath that sliced through the tension. Elodie's heart raced, a wild drum echoing in her chest. She stood frozen, caught between the man she loved and the chaos surging around them. She could feel the pull of duty, the weight of history pressing down on her. What do I do, she thought, her mind swirling with the enormity of the moment. As the soldiers closed in, a figure stepped forward. A commanding presence, resolute and unyielding, the General Trochu, the embodiment of the revolution that had turned the tides. His eyes locked on Napoleon's, and in that moment, all the dreams, ambitions, and failures collided like thunder in a storm. The clash of past and present echoed through the streets, reverberating against the stone walls that had witnessed too many betrayals. Napoleon stood defiantly, a lion cornered, but deep within, the fear festered like a wound. Would he be remembered as a conqueror or a coward? I will not surrender, he declared, but the words felt hollow, slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. Elodie felt a tear escape, an offering to the ghosts that whispered in her ear, urging her to remember all that had been lost. But in that moment, fear twisted into resolve, an understanding that fate had woven their lives into a tapestry of struggle and sacrifice. No more, she breathed, stepping forward, her voice trembling yet steady. She reached for Napoleon, fingers brushing against the fabric of his uniform. We cannot let them take our spirit, our hope. But hope was a fragile thing, flickering, threatening to extinguish in the face of overwhelming odds. The soldiers surged, the moment felt suspended in time, a heartbeat shared between them, a breath of possibility. In that silence before the storm, all that mattered was the depth of their unspoken bond, the haunting melodies of dreams that had once filled the air. And then, just as quickly as it began, the moment shattered, the soldiers surged forward, the clash of steel echoing, and in that cacophony, the empire crumbled. Time seemed to fracture, the past and present colliding in a symphony of chaos. Napoleon III, the man who dared to dream, stood on the precipice of history, and I could feel the air escape his lungs, just as I felt my own slip away. In the depths of despair, amidst the turmoil of a collapsing empire, the trio stood locked in their fate, a confrontation not just of ideals, but of the very essence of humanity. They were bound by the weight of history, and as the shadows closed in, they would either rise or fall together, the echoes of their choices reverberating into eternity. The air crackled with tension, an electric hum that buzzed between every heart. The clock in the hall ticked, each second echoing like a hammer against the anvil of history. Outside, the October wind howled, wrapping around the castle like a ghost desperate to be heard. I remember the chill of that day, the way it wrapped around me, pulling tight like a noose. I remember the roar of men, the clash of iron, and the weight of a nation trembling on the brink. Otto von Bismarck stood there, the Iron Chancellor, a lion in human form, his gaze piercing through the smoke and chaos. In his heart, a tempest raged. He was a man burdened with ambition, a dreamer shackled by the present. The flickering candles cast shadows that danced wildly on his face, revealing a man torn between duty and desire. I remember his brow furrowing, muscles taut as he battled his inner demons, the ghosts of his past whispering doubts. Did he dream of this moment? Did he crave the glory that would either crown him or crush him? And there, amidst the swirling uncertainty, stood Clara, a woman of fierce determination and quiet resolve. She bore the weight of a nation on her shoulders, her heart a drumbeat of hope and fear. Clara was not just a spectator, she was a vision of tomorrow, her dreams interwoven with the fate of Germany. I remember her eyes, two stormy seas, reflecting every fear, every hope. She was a flame flickering against the winds of change, and as she clenched her fists, I saw worlds collide within her, tradition wrestling with revolution, love battling loyalty. Are we ready? Her voice trembled, a fragile whisper amid the cacophony. In that moment, the world stilled. Every man, every soldier, held their breath as if the very air had become too heavy to draw in. Bismarck turned, his eyes locking onto hers, a silent communication that spoke of understanding and urgency. Ready, he echoed, the weight of his own question pressing down upon them both. Or are we merely resigned to history's whims? Outside, the banners of the German states fluttered like restless spirits caught in a storm, and the ground trembled beneath the feet of soldiers who stood waiting, hearts pounding in sync with the chaos inside. It all seemed so raw, so painfully human. The hope, the despair, the longing for something more than just survival, each pulse echoed the desires of a fractured people yearning for unity. I remember the moment the proclamation was to be made, the breath held, the heart steeped in anticipation. Each second felt like an eternity. Clara's hand brushed against Bismarck's arm, grounding him. "You cannot rush this," she murmured, but the urgency of history demanded speed. Nations were built not on hesitation but on swift, decisive action. And in that heavy air, Bismarck felt the weight of his ambition, the burden of forging a nation from the ashes of division. Yet, time was a fickle mistress. The sky darkened, an ominous shroud draping the celebration. The darkness threatened to swallow them whole, and echoes of the past whispered cautionary tales of failed empires. A flash of lightning split the sky, thunder rumbled like the growl of an angry beast. Was it heralding their triumph or a warning of impending doom? As they approached the podium, Clara's heart raced, the rhythm erratic, a drum calling out for truth, for justice. She thought of the people, their struggles, their sacrifices. Would they remember this moment? Would they see in it the dawn of a new era, or simply a cruel twist of fate? Bismarck's resolve hardened, his ambition sharpening like a blade. He knew that power was a double-edged sword, and with one swing, he could carve a future, or cut away the very fabric of unity he sought to weave. I remember, Bismarck began, his voice slicing through the tempestuous winds. I remember when we were just fragments, pieces scattered across a map, a puzzle waiting for someone to piece it together. His words hung in the air, heavy with consequence, reverberating through the hearts of those present. A ripple of energy surged through the crowd, a collective breath that felt like the gathering of a storm. Clara felt it, too, the weight of history about to crash down. She watched as Bismarck raised his hand, a fierce determination lighting his eyes. "This day marks the birth of a nation," he proclaimed, and the word struck like a lightning bolt, igniting a fire deep within. But with every spark of hope came an undercurrent of fear. The shadows whispered, dark memories clawing at the edges of their minds. Would they be remembered as heroes, or would the future write them into history as tyrants? The promise of unity danced tantalizingly close, yet the spectre of division loomed ever larger, a ghost haunting their every decision. As the proclamation echoed across the chamber, Clara felt tears prick her eyes, a mixture of joy and despair. She was conscious of the multitude's roar, a symphony of voices rising to meet the thunder, a chorus of dreams woven into the fabric of destiny. She closed her eyes for a moment, allowing the sounds to wash over her, sentiments colliding, a cacophony of hope and fear. Bismarck's voice rose above the din, a fierce rallying cry, and Clara's heart swelled. But beneath that joy lay uncertainty, the gnawing reality that such proclamations often came with sacrifices, blood, tears, and heartache. The darkness that had loomed before seemed to whisper still, a reminder that the birth of a nation could also be the death of many dreams. And as the echoes of their moment faded into the distant shadows, a clock ticked relentlessly. Time marched on, indifferent to the hopes and desires of those it swept along. The proclamation had been made, and yet, in the depths of their souls, something pulsed, a shadow of doubt, a flicker of fear. I remember it all vividly, the proclamation, the roar of the crowd, the mingled cries of joy and sorrow. The dawn of a new era was upon them, but with it came an unsettling truth: the story was far from over. The stage was set, and the players stood poised, ready to step into a future where the line between triumph and tragedy blurred. And as the castle's doors swung wide, the world outside awaited, a vast expanse of uncertainty, trembling beneath the weight of their choices. They were not just witnesses to history, they were characters in a narrative that had only just begun. The air was thick with the stench of despair, a pungent blend of sweat, smoke, and something far worse. I stood in the shadows of what used to be a vibrant Paris street, now crumbling under the weight of despair, each building a tombstone marking lost lives, lost dreams. A fire crackled in the distance, the sound of it swallowing the last whispers of hope alive in the hearts of those still clinging to the edges of survival. The soft cries of children mixed with the distant echoes of fallen soldiers, life and death dancing a gruesome waltz in the ruins of a once bustling city. Marie clutched her child against her chest, the tiny body trembling, a bird caught in a whirlwind. Her eyes darted, scanning for movement, for enemies lurking in the shadows, but all she found was fear, a stifling, suffocating fear that wrapped around her like a shroud. She remembered summer days when laughter filled the air, when her biggest worry was whether the baker would have fresh bread. But now, bread was a memory, just like the warmth of her husband's arms, now a ghost in a city overtaken by shadows. She could almost hear his laughter floating through the suffocating silence, a melody drowned by the cries of loss. "Stay close, Julian," she whispered, her voice trembling. The boy, barely old enough to understand the weight of the world, nodded, his eyes wide and glistening. He didn't know that each breath they took might be their last, that every heartbeat echoed like a war drum, marking time until the inevitable arrived. He was a fragile flicker of innocence in a storm of darkness, and she wanted to shield him from it all, to wrap him in happiness like a blanket, but all she could offer was a facade of bravery crumbling beneath the surface. A gunshot rang out, reverberating through the air like a death knell. Marie flinched, clutching Julian tighter, her heart racing as panic clawed at her throat. Her mind spun, her husband, her brother, her friends, who had fallen, who had left behind empty chairs at their tables, who would never again share a meal or a laugh. She tasted salt on her lips. Was it the remnants of a tear or the remnants of hope? In the distance, she spotted Etienne, a former baker turned soldier, a man with a heart so full of love it spilled over into the lives of others. He had a knack for finding joy in the worst of circumstances, but the weight of the siege had begun to crush his spirit, the light in his eyes flickering like a dying flame. Each day, it seemed too heavy to carry the burden of survival, too much to witness the faces of loved ones twisted in fear, desperation, and hunger. I remember when we laughed over too much wine, how we thought the world was ours to conquer, he muttered under his breath, his eyes staring into the abyss as if trying to find a way back to those days. But those days were gone, replaced by the sirens of death and destruction. He was losing parts of himself, pieces he would never reclaim, just like the city he loved that was transforming into a ghost of its former self. "Etienne!" Marie called out, her voice cracking like wood in a fire. He turned, a ghost of recognition flitting across his face. For a moment, the weight of the world lightened, and she saw a flicker of the vibrant man he used to be. He stumbled toward her, the distance between them collapsing into a memory of better times. "Julien," he knelt, his hands trembling as he reached for the child, as if holding him could anchor him back to the man he once was, the man who could warm bread and share stories beneath the stars. "You must eat, little one." "We can't let the darkness win," he said, though his words tasted like ash. But how could they win? Hope seemed as impossible as finding fresh bread in a city besieged by hunger. "What do we do, Etienne?" Marie's voice was barely a whisper, the edges fraying with desperation. "How do we survive? They're everywhere." He looked deep into her eyes, searching for something stronger than courage, something to lift them from this abyss. "We endure," he said, the word heavy with the weight of a promise, even if it felt like a lie. As night descended, the sky turned a crushing grey, and the stars, those once bright beacons of dreams, were now obscured by smoke and despair. Shadows crawled through the streets like uninvited ghosts, each flickering lantern casting distorted shapes that danced along the cobblestones, reminding them of the lives lost to the darkness. "Do you remember?" Etienne broke the silence, his voice strained. "The way we'd sneak off to the river, the laughter echoing like a song? We thought we were invincible. We thought what?" Marie's voice pierced the gloom, raw with emotion. "That we could outrun time? That love could shield us from war." He fell silent, his eyes brimming with unspoken words. In that moment, she saw the truth etched in the lines of his face, the cracks of his spirit. They were all fighting an enemy that wasn't just on the outside, but within, threatening to consume them whole. The night deepened, thick and suffocating. Dreams turned to nightmares as the echoes of distant cannon fire rumbled through the earth like a vengeful spirit. Each heartbeat became a countdown, a reminder of their fragility. Tomorrow might not come, but tonight, they clung to each other, to every fleeting moment of connection, as if their love could stave off the darkness, if only for a heartbeat longer. The ghost of Paris, wrapped in shadows and sorrow, whispered their names, cradling their hopes and fears in its cold embrace. And in that moment, as the world shifted and twisted around them, they stood together, three fragile souls carved from the bones of a city they loved, echoing in the silence of a life under siege. Each breath they took resonated with the unwavering pulse of a city that refused to die, yet was held hostage by the violent tides of fate. The room buzzed with the frenetic energy of desperation, punctuated only by the distant thud of artillery echoing through the streets of Paris. Shadows danced on the walls, flickering beneath the harsh glare of electric lights that did little to penetrate the suffocating gloom. It was a moment suspended in time, a fragile heartbeat between hope and despair. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and sweat, a bitter perfume that wrapped around the throat like a noose. I remember the faces, etched with fear and resolve, flickering like candle flames in a storm. There stood General de Gaulle, tall and imposing, a monument of conviction, eyes burning with a mixture of anger and determination. His jaw clenched as he surveyed the gathered politicians, military leaders, and citizens, all caught in the web of a nation unraveling before their eyes. "Unity," he shouted, a single word that thundered against the walls like a battle cry, yet in the silence that followed, the doubt hung heavy, a ghost refusing to be exorcised. Then there was Pierre, a young deputy with the weight of the world on his slender shoulders. I could see the tremor in his hands, the way they clutched the edges of the table as if it were the only thing tethering him to reality. The war was not just a conflict of nations for him, it was personal. Every fallen soldier was a brother, a friend, a flicker of laughter extinguished too soon. "How can we unite when we're being torn apart?" he whispered, voice cracking like glass, the question echoing in the minds of all present. And Marie, oh, Marie. A woman wrapped in her own shadows. She had lost her father to the brutal hand of war, her eyes spoke of grief deep as the ocean, yet she stood there, fierce and unapologetic. "We must fight," she urged, her voice rising, cutting through the despair like a knife. "We owe it to those who have fallen." The fire within her ignited something in the room, a fragile flame of hope amidst the chaos. I remember the way she stepped forward, the way her heart raced, echoing in the silence. Each word she spoke was a spell cast against the tide of despair. But even as she rallied the room, I could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes, a fear that this fight might be in vain, a fear that the very fabric of France was unraveling, thread by thread. Courage! Where is our courage? De Gaulle's voice roared, a lion amidst frightened lambs. And yet, I could see the cracks in his armor too. The weight of leadership bore down upon him, a crown of thorns that dug deep into his brow. How could he unify a fractured nation with factions tearing at each other like wild dogs? The specter of betrayal loomed like a shadow, always present, always waiting. I could almost hear the ticking of a clock, each second dragging on like a lead weight. Time was slipping through their fingers, and with it, the very essence of liberty. Outside, the streets were alive with the sounds of clashing ideologies. Voices raised in anger and desperation filled the air, a cacophony of dissent that seeped through the cracks of the walls, a reminder of what was at stake. The room felt stifling, yet there was a pulse, a current of urgency that swept through the gathered assembly. They were not just fighting for their lives, they were fighting for the soul of a nation. The blood of the fallen coursed through their veins, an unbreakable bond that tied them together, yet also tore them apart. And then, in a moment that felt like an eternity, Pierre stood. His voice broke the silence like glass shattering against the floor. What if we fail? What if this is all for nothing? The vulnerability in his words hung in the air, palpable and raw. I saw Marie's breath hitch, a flicker of fear in her eyes as she met his gaze. Two flames, flickering in the wind, unsure whether to extinguish or blaze brighter. Failure is not an option, de Gaulle snapped, but the tremor in his voice revealed the truth, a shadow of doubt danced behind his steady exterior. The battle was not just against the enemy outside, but within themselves. Could they conquer their own fears and unite for a greater cause? The tension was a coiled serpent, ready to strike. Every heartbeat echoed like a drum, a countdown to an uncertain fate. I could taste the desperation on my tongue, a metallic tang that mingled with the stench of smoke. Decisions were made in that room, decisions that would shape the course of history, yet the uncertainty loomed like a dark cloud threatening to unleash a storm. I remember the silence after Pierre's outburst, the weight of his words settling like a heavy fog enveloping the room. It pressed down on them, squeezing hope like a vice. They were at a crossroads, each decision taking them down a path they couldn't foresee. And in those moments, I could see the fractures deepening, the fault lines shaking beneath their feet. Marie stepped forward, her spirit a wildflower fighting through concrete. Whatever happens, we stand together. We must face the storm. Her voice was steady, yet her heart trembled. She was the embodiment of defiance, but even the strongest seeds face the harshest winters. Outside, the air grew thick with the promise of chaos. The city trembled, echoes of gunfire resonating like a funeral knell. In that moment, I realized, the struggle for unity was not just about politics, it was a battle for the very soul of France, a collective heartbeat striving to survive amidst the cacophony of war. And as they stood together, a fragile alliance forged in the fires of despair, the shadows whispered their secrets, both ominous and hopeful. The clock continued to tick, each second marking a step closer to the abyss or a leap toward salvation. There, in that room, the pulse of a nation thrummed with a raw intensity, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the flicker of unity could ignite a flame that might just burn bright enough to pierce the shadows. In the face of uncertainty, they were bound by a shared dream, a vision of what could be, even as the ghosts of what had been lingered just out of reach. The struggle for unity had only just begun, and within that struggle lay the essence of humanity, terrifying, beautiful, and achingly fragile. Each heartbeat, a promise, each breath, a battle cry. The air pulsed with dread, thick with the smell of gunpowder and despair. I stood at the edge of the trench, heart racing, as the echoes of distant artillery rippled through the darkness, a cruel serenade of destruction, a precursor to the chaos that awaited. The ground trembled beneath my feet, not just from the rumble of cannon fire, but from the collective heartbeat of men bracing for the unknown. I remember the silence that followed, a heavy, suffocating silence. In that moment, time unraveled, seconds stretched into lifetimes, and the future hung suspended, a fragile thread ready to snap. Jean, my closest friend, crouched beside me, his face ghostly pale, ethereal in the flashing light of explosions. I could see the fear in his eyes, a fear that mirrored my own, but deeper, an abyss that threatened to swallow him whole. He was a soldier, yes, but more than that, he was a dreamer caught in the web of this grim reality. Just yesterday, he'd spoken of returning home, of a girl with laughter like summer rain, of plans that made the heart soar. Now, those dreams felt like whispers in a storm, drowned beneath the cacophony of cannons. "Will we see tomorrow?" he asked, voice barely audible, cracked and frayed. The question hung heavy, unanswerable. I wanted to say yes. I wanted to assure him that the sun would rise again, that life would flicker back to its mundane beauty, but all I could offer was a nod, a hollow promise that felt like smoke slipping through grasping fingers. Beside us stood Clara, a nurse whose strength belied her delicate frame. She had no time for dreams, only the urgent reality of saving lives. Her hands were stained with mud and blood, a living testament to the chaos of war. I watched as she bandaged a young man, his eyes glazed over, losing him in the shadows that stretched across the battlefield. "Stay with me, stay with me." Her voice cut through the night, a siren amid the storm, but the boy slipped away, fading like the last glimmers of sunlight. "Damn it," she shouted, anger flaring in her eyes, defiance against this relentless tide of death. But I knew her anger was a fragile shield, her heart a tender wound opened wider with each life lost. Clara was a warrior in her own right, but every loss twisted the knife deeper. I stood helpless, aching to reach out, to comfort her, but the weight of our shared grief pressed in, keeping me at bay. The orders came crashing down like shrapnel, jagged and raw. We were to advance, to break the siege of La Malmaison. For France, the sergeant barked, the words a rallying cry laced with desperation. It felt like a twisted joke, a mantra of hope in a world stripped of it. We were mere pawns in a game played by distant kings, but the stakes were our very lives. As we surged forward, adrenaline coursing through our veins, I felt the world shift into slow motion. The fog of battle enveloped us, a choking miasma of fear and fury. I could see Jean beside me, running, his face set with determination, yet the dread lingered like a shadow at the edge of my vision. I remember the moment when he tripped, the ground betraying him in its treachery. Time snapped back into place as he fell, his scream swallowed by the roar of the artillery. I wanted to reach for him, to pull him back from the abyss, but the chaos surged around us like a tidal wave. Clara was behind us, racing against the tide of war. "No! We cannot leave him!" Her voice rang with urgency, but I was paralyzed, rooted in the horror of what was unfolding. In the midst of the frenetic rush, the images of Jean's laughter played in my mind, the warmth of friendship dulled by an insidious chill. I remember the last time we shared a drink, the way he had looked at me with that mischievous smile, as if daring me to join him in his dream of a life beyond this madness. In that moment, I felt time buckle, the past crashing into the present. "Go!" Jean's voice echoed back to me, desperate and brave. "You have to keep moving." I hesitated, a part of me wanting to turn back, but the battle was a beast demanding sacrifice. I could not save him, and the realization clawed at my insides. I knew I had to push forward, to carry the weight of his spirit with me, a ghost whispering through the smoke. The world around us exploded into chaos. Bullets whizzed by, a deadly symphony that played on repeat, drowning out the cries of the wounded and the dying. I felt the ground shake with every shot, every explosion a heartbeat, a pulse of life fighting against the encroaching darkness. Clara moved like a force of nature, weaving in and out of chaos, her spirit an unyielding flame amid the desolation. She was a beacon, a reminder that hope still flickered in the darkest corners. But even she faltered, her eyes haunted by the faces of those we couldn't save. "We fight for them, don't we?" she yelled, but her voice quivered, betraying the chasm of doubt threatening to consume her. I couldn't answer. The words tangled in my throat, a mix of resolve and despair. I remember everything, those who fell, those who cried, the laughter that echoed like a distant dream. The siege of La Malmaison was not just a battle, it was a crucible of the human spirit, a test of endurance against the overwhelming tide of fate. As we pressed forward, as the shadows deepened around us, I felt the weight of our choices, the burden of dreams lost and the flickering hope that kept us moving, one foot in front of the other, toward the horizon stained with the promise of dawn. And then, in a moment, all was still. A breath held in the void as we gathered ourselves, heartbeats thundering in unison. The final stand awaited, a confrontation with the shadows of our past and the specters of our future. I could sense it, feel it coiling like a serpent ready to strike. The battle for La Malmaison had only just begun, and we were but players on this stage, bound by the threads of destiny, spiraling ever closer to the edge of oblivion. A siren wails, slicing through the night like a knife. In the distance, shadows dance against the flickering lights of a city straining to breathe under the weight of war. I stand at the edge of a world unraveling, feeling the tremor of fear ripple through the air. The ground beneath me trembles, it's not just the shock of explosions but the very heart of humanity shaking, pleading for relief. I remember the faces, so many faces, etched in anguish, eyes hollow but burning with the weight of collective despair. Amira, a nurse with trembling hands and a heart too big for her own good, cradles the blooded child in her arms. She whispers lullabies that mingle with the sound of chaos, her voice a fragile thread trying to stitch together the fabric of a broken world. Her eyes are wells of sorrow, yet they flash with defiance, as if saying, "Not today. Not on my watch." Then there's Malik, a soldier caught in the fray, battling the demons of his own making. He grips his rifle, knuckles white, caught in the crossfire of orders and conscience.
What have I done? What have I become?
His thoughts whirl, a tempest of regret and resolve, as he stands ready to charge into the fray, not for glory but to protect what little remains of his shattered home. And there's me, a witness, a shadow in the corner of this horrific theater, holding my breath. I remember the last time I felt safe, laughter echoing over coffee cups, dreams shared beneath the stars. But now, the cosmos feels indifferent, the stars mere pinpricks in an eternal abyss, mocking our plight. The world watches. Oh, how it watches! Screens flicker to life across continents, each image a raw wound, each headline a scream that reverberates through the hearts of millions. Governments weigh in, voices echoing in conferences, polished rhetoric that cuts like glass. We condemn, they say, as if those words could mend the broken. As if their speeches could heal the scars left behind by bomb blasts and bloodshed. But Amira doesn't care for speeches. She doesn't care for the way the cameras capture her anguish, their lenses cold and unfeeling. She only knows the urgency of her hands, the pulse of life slipping away. Each heartbeat a reminder of the stakes. Stay with me, she begs, voice thick as molasses, choking on the weight of 1,000 unshed tears. War has no boundaries, no respect for innocence, and the silence that follows each loss is a haunting melody that plays over and over in her mind. Malik, on the other hand, remembers the boy he used to be, the one who laughed, who dreamed of a life untouched by the shadows of conflict. But now he stands in the mud, surrounded by the ruins of what once was, and with each pull of the trigger, he feels a piece of his soul being exorcised. Is this what I wanted? He thinks, grappling with the reality of his choices. The battlefield stretches out before him, a horrific canvas painted with the colors of anguish and despair, yet beneath the grime, he sees flickers of hope, small, resilient, and stubborn as wildflowers pushing through cracks in concrete. The international community, that grand assembly of nations and voices, is like a distant thunderstorm, booming and rumbling, yet ultimately passive as the tempest rages below. They speak of sanctions and resolutions, of peacekeeping forces and humanitarian aid, but in the midst of their debates lies the bitter truth: words are empty without action. I remember the silence after a call to arms, the heavy pause that follows a promise unfulfilled. It weighs like lead in my chest. Amira feels it too. The calls for peace, for intervention, are like distant echoes in her world of chaos. What good are their promises, she wonders, as the wounded flood her clinic, eyes wide with fear, bodies trembling. The world may be watching, but it feels like they are watching a movie, distant and removed, sipping their drinks while the credits roll on innocent lives. Malik's heart races as he charges into the fight, a blur of motion. The sounds of gunfire intertwine with his memories, joyful summers spent under the sun, laughter that now feels like a ghost. He remembers the dreams of a future, a family, a normal life. But every shot fired shatters those dreams, 1,000 pieces of crystal glinting momentarily in the sun before falling into darkness. The media spins the narrative, framing the war in terms of right and wrong, heroes and villains, but reality is far more complex. I watch as the world grapples with the raw, visceral truth of conflict, the lines of morality blurred, the stakes impossibly high.
How do you explain the suffering of a mother clutching her child? How do you articulate the complexity of a soldier's heart?
In the quiet moments, as night drapes over the city like a shroud, Amira finds solace among the injured, her hand stitching wounds, her heart yearning for peace. She finds strength in their fragility, a flicker of humanity that transcends borders. Meanwhile, Malik battles his own demons, grappling with the ghosts of fallen comrades, their faces haunting him in the stillness of night. "I am not a monster," he whispers to the shadows that loom larger than life, shadows filled with the weight of choices made in moments of desperation. And then there's me, a mere observer, caught in the storm of emotion that threatens to engulf us all. I feel the heavy air, thick with unspoken words, with dreams deferred. The world watches, but it is not enough. As the dawn breaks, casting light over the wreckage, the international reactions reverberate like distant thunder. I hear the chatter, the calls for solidarity, the promises of support. But in the depths of my heart, I know words are not enough. The world is caught in a cycle of pain and response, like a pendulum swinging between hope and despair, and the tension is palpable, a taut wire ready to snap. In this moment, I remember each heartbeat, each breath, each life caught in the web of war. I remember the faces, the dreams, the relentless push against the tide of chaos. And as the sun rises, I know we are all part of this aching story, woven together in the fabric of humanity, fragile yet unyielding. The war rages on, the world watches, and we stand, trembling, aching, alive. The thunder of artillery echoed through the air, reverberating in Andrew's chest like the heartbeat of a dying beast. Smoke hung thick in the air, wrapping around his throat, squeezing tight like a fist. He could taste the acrid bite of gunpowder on his lips, could feel the heat of explosions like the breath of a monster lurking just beyond the horizon. "Hold steady," a voice yelled, but Andrew's heart was racing too fast for steady. His rifle felt heavy in his hands, a leaden weight sharing his burden, whispering doubts with every heartbeat. He couldn't shake the feeling that the world was spiraling out of control. And then, beside him, the flicker of panic danced in Maria's eyes. She was a firebrand, fierce and unyielding, with a spirit that could summon storms. "We can't let them push us back," she shouted, her voice piercing through the chaos, but Andrew saw the tremor in her hands as she gripped her rifle, her knuckles pale and strained. They were young, too young, really, but war had a way of aging you. She was fighting not just for victory but for something deeper, something that roared through her blood. Was it hope? Was it fear? Or was it the purest form of defiance? Andrew's mind raced back to the dreams he used to have, dreams of a life beyond the sound of gunfire, where laughter filled the air instead of screams. But here they were, standing in the maw of hell, reality clawing at their heels. The ground shook as artillery shells rained down, the sky flashing bright with fire, and he felt the weight of the world pressing down on him. "I remember the stories my father told me," Andrew breathed, his voice barely a whisper. "About how technology would change everything. Rifles that could pierce the darkness, artillery that could level mountains." He spoke of it like magic, a way to conquer time and space. But standing here, amid the crumbling ruins of a city that had once been alive, he felt the bitter taste of betrayal. Magic had a cost, and the price was blood. The rifles were supposed to protect, but they had turned into instruments of despair. Maria caught his gaze, her eyes fierce. "We can't let their machines drown out our voices." She raised her rifle, its cold steel glinting in the fading light, as if it were an extension of her will. "These tools, they're just tools. It's us who decide how to wield them." He wanted to believe her. He wanted to wrap his arms around that fire she carried, let it ignite his own. But doubt gnawed at him, a spectre haunting his resolve. What if they were just pawns on a board? What if the game had already been lost before it had begun? An explosion ripped through the air, jolting him back into the moment. He could see shadows moving amidst the smoke, figures darting with chilling precision. The enemy was closer than he realized, pressing forward, relentless as the tide. Andrew's breath hitched, and he fumbled with his rifle, its familiar weight grounding him in the chaos. "Andrew!" Maria shouted, her voice raw with urgency. "Focus!" He locked eyes with her and felt the world narrow down to that single moment. The chaos faded, the clamor of the battlefield muffled, and it was just them, two souls fighting against the storm. And then Andrew saw it, the flicker of a signal, a flashing light in the distance, cutting through the smoke like a beacon. "The communication tower," he yelled, suddenly understanding. It was a lifeline, a thread connecting them to hope, to allies who could turn the tide. "Let's go!" Maria shouted, determination surging in her voice. They rushed forward, moving as one, weaving through the debris of fallen dreams and shattered lives. Each step felt like a heartbeat, a pulse that thrummed with desperation. But the ground beneath them was treacherous, littered with remnants of the past, rusted shells, broken hopes, and the weight of uncertainty. Andrew stumbled, his foot catching on a jagged piece of metal. He fell hard, the metal biting into his palm. Pain flared, and despair threatened to claw its way into his heart. "Get up!" Maria's voice sliced through the fog of doubt. "We're not done yet." She extended her hand, and in that moment, it wasn't just a hand reaching out, it was a lifeline. He grasped it, feeling the warmth of her spirit flow into him, igniting a fire he thought had died within. Together, they pushed forward, dragging their fears behind them like shadows, refusing to let them consume the light. The communication tower loomed ahead, a skeletal silhouette against a bruised sky. Each step felt heavy, weighed down by memories of family, laughter, warmth. Andrew remembered his sister, her laughter ringing like music in the air, a melody lost in the chaos of war. He remembered how she believed in the good of people, how she'd whispered promises of a brighter tomorrow. But the war had a way of haunting memories, twisting them into grotesque shadows. Would she still believe? Would she still sing those songs, or had the darkness claimed her, too? As they reached the base of the tower, the ground shook again, and Andrew realized with a chilling clarity that the enemy was closing in. They were running out of time. The air crackled with tension, a palpable energy that made his skin prickle. This was not just a fight for survival, it was a fight for every memory that anchored them to the world they once knew. "Maria, we have to," but before he could finish, the world exploded into chaos. Artillery shells screamed overhead, and the ground shook violently beneath their feet. Andrew's heart raced, pumping adrenaline through his veins like fire. They were not just confronting the enemy, they were confronting their own fears, the ghosts of what could have been. "Stay close!" Maria shouted, her resolve unwavering. In that moment, as the chaos roared around them, Andrew realized something profound. The true battle was not just against the rifles and artillery, but against the silence that threatened to engulf them. They were armed with words, with memories, and with each other. And as long as they fought, they could make the world listen. With a roar that echoed through the night, he raised his rifle, not just as a weapon but as a symbol of their defiance. They would not be silenced. They would not be forgotten. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows that danced with the ghosts of the past, Andrew and Maria charged forward, united in their resolve, ready to face the storm together. The battle was far from over, but in that moment, something flickered, a glimmer of hope, a promise that they would carry into the darkness. The sound of the whistle sliced through the air like a knife, shattering the morning stillness. A train, a monstrous iron beast, lumbered down the track, belching smoke and steam as it rattled the very bones of the earth beneath it. I remember the moment vividly, the way the ground trembled, the way my heart raced. It was a mundane morning, yet it heralded chaos, an unseen tempest hurtling toward us with unstoppable fury. Maggie stood on the platform, her hands gripping the splintered wood so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Her eyes, usually bright with mischief, were clouded with dread. She had lost too much already, her brother, her childhood, her laughter, and now the war was stealing the last remnants of hope from her grasp. The train rumbled to a stop, a sigh of steel against steel, and she felt the world shift beneath her. The echoes of the past murmured in her ears, memories of nights spent dreaming of adventure, of love, of a future that now lay buried beneath the weight of blood and iron. Then there was Samuel, the man tasked with pulling the levers of fate. He stood at the head of the engine, the conductor, but in the quiet corners of his mind, he was a soldier in a different battle altogether, one against the shadows of guilt and the ghosts of choices that clung to him like fog. Each day, he carried the weight of the lives he transported, soldiers hurtling toward death, families shattered, dreams extinguished before they could ignite. His hands shook slightly, and he clenched them into fists, feeling the pulse of the train beneath his feet, as if it were alive, breathing, sensing the turmoil in his heart. I remember the stories I'd heard, the railroads like veins stretching across a wounded body, pumping lifeblood into an insatiable war machine. Supplies, soldiers, hope, all fed through the iron arteries, an intricate dance of chaos and necessity. Yet, here, in this moment, the beauty of efficiency felt grotesque. Each clack of the wheels on the tracks echoed like the distant rumble of thunder, foreboding and inevitable. What was progress but a slow march toward heartbreak? Maggie turned to Samuel, her voice barely a whisper, laced with panic.
What if he never comes back?
The question hung in the air, heavy with the weight of untold fears. She sought solace in his eyes, but he felt their depth like an abyss pulling him in, drowning him in despair. He couldn't promise her anything, not with the war's hunger ripping through the land, devouring everything sacred. All he could offer was silence, a shared moment of understanding, a fleeting connection in a world besieged by uncertainty. The clock struck noon, a harsh reminder of time's relentless march. With each tick, Samuel felt the urgency claw at him. Soldiers rushed aboard, their faces a tapestry of emotions, fear, bravado, resignation. He was one of the few who witnessed the transformation. One moment, they were boys, bright-eyed and hopeful. The next, men, hardened by desperation, eyes glazed with the specter of what lay ahead. All aboard, he called, his voice trembling, reverberating in the hollow space between them. Maggie could hear the engines growl, the iron beast beckoning, promising escape but delivering only the unknown. Each step of the soldiers was a drumbeat, each heartbeat a countdown. She wanted to scream, to claw at the air, to defy the very essence of fate that had led them here. But what good were screams when the world was deaf to pain? As the train lurched forward, Samuel's heart raced. The rhythmic clattering of wheels on tracks was a war cry, a dirge for the fallen and a hymn for the living. He turned back for just a moment, catching Maggie's gaze, and in that fleeting instant, everything hung suspended in time. He saw the fear etched in her brow, the tears threatening to spill, and he felt the weight of their shared history, of laughter, of quiet evenings, of dreams that now felt like ghosts haunting the edges of reality. He wanted to shout something profound, something that could bridge the chasm between them. But all that escaped was a whisper, lost in the cacophony of the departing train. The moment stretched, a taut line ready to snap, and then it was gone, dissolved into the distance like smoke, the train barreling away, leaving only echoes and memories in its wake. Maggie stood there, frozen, as the sound faded into the horizon. A part of her wanted to chase after him, to leap onto the train and cling to the hope that he would be safe. But the scene before her was a kaleidoscope of grief and resolve, the war pressed upon her like a weight, squeezing the breath from her lungs. The train was a lifeline, a lifeblood for the war effort, yet it felt like a monster that consumed everything in its path, leaving behind the shattered remains of lives that once thrived. And so, she whispered a prayer into the void, the words tumbling from her lips like autumn leaves caught in a gust of wind. "Come back to me." The weight of her words hung in the air, heavy as iron, as she watched the last plume of smoke vanish against a slate-grey sky. Time twisted around her, a cruel hand tugging at the strings of fate, and she understood, this was the war, relentless and unforgiving, the railroads its arteries, pulsing with the lifeblood of a nation in turmoil. Samuel, too, felt the weight of the world pressing down on him, the train now a beast he could not control. Each turn of the wheel was a reminder that he was a mere cog in a machinery powered by desperation and dreams deferred. He had signed up to serve, to protect, but somewhere along the way, he became entangled in the web of survival, his own and that of the countless souls who depended on the railroads to carry them into the jaws of fate. And beneath it all, the railroads felt like a dark symphony, each note a cry, each whistle a wail. They were the lifelines of the war, yet they told a story of loss, of sacrifice, and of the bittersweet nature of progress. Clocks ticked on, and the world spun madly, the train's journey far from over as it barreled through the darkness, carrying with it the hopes and fears of a generation caught in the throes of conflict. In that moment, the tracks stretched out into infinity, a haunting metaphor for the lives they led, the choices they made, and the inescapable truths they faced. There was no end in sight, only the relentless forward march, the unyielding clatter of wheels echoing the pulse of a nation at war. And as the shadows grew long, I realized this was just the beginning, a cycle of pain and resilience, intertwining lives caught in the crosshairs of history, a tale waiting to be told. A train in the distance, the iron beast still roaring toward an uncertain horizon, and the darkness beneath it all, a reminder that war, much like the railroads, never truly ends. The room was thick with silence, a suffocating shroud that pressed against the walls, and yet, it pulsed with an unspoken tension. Lucy stood at the window, fingers trembling against the glass as raindrops splattered like the distant echoes of a heartbeat, each one a reminder that the storm was coming. Outside, the city glimmered under the dim glow of flickering streetlights, shadows dancing like phantoms in the night. She remembered the whispers, the truths twisted into lies, the headlines that had turned neighbors into enemies. The press, once a beacon of truth, had become a weapon, a tool of manipulation. "I didn't sign up for this," she muttered to herself, her voice barely breaking the stillness. She was a journalist, once proud, but now she felt like a marionette, strings pulled by unseen hands. Each article she penned dripped with the venom of propaganda. The weight of her choices hung heavy in her chest, a relentless ache that wouldn't dissolve. She could see the faces of those who once trusted her, now twisted in betrayal. Across town, Thomas sat hunched over his desk, the light from his computer casting an eerie glow on the walls, illuminating the chaos of crumpled papers and half-eaten takeout boxes. His pulse raced like the news ticker that dominated his screen, flashing the latest headlines that felt more like daggers than information. The press had turned into a carnival of horrors, and he was the unwilling ringmaster. He remembered when journalism was about integrity, when the truth mattered more than clicks, more than likes. "Damn it, I could have stopped this," he whispered, fingers clenching as he recalled the letter he had received the week before. The one that warned him to toe the line or face the consequences. Fear wrapped around him like a noose, tightening with every passing moment. In the heart of the city, the clock tower rang out, its chimes echoing through the night, marking time, a reminder that each moment brought them closer to confrontation, closer to the inevitable clash of ideals. Lucy and Thomas were on a collision course, both searching for a way to reclaim their voices, their lives intertwined in a web of manipulation and deceit. "Do you remember the way it used to be?" Lucy asked, her voice a whisper of nostalgia. She thought of the days spent in coffee-stained cafes, discussing the power of words, the importance of a free press. The laughter that rolled off their tongues like music, so naive, so blissfully unaware of the dark tide that was rising. "Yeah, I remember," Thomas replied, his voice a low rumble, eyes fixed on the screen, where the headlines bled into one another, a grotesque tapestry of sensationalism. "I remember when we believed we could make a difference. But now, look at us." Outside, the wind howled like a caged beast, rattling the shutters as if demanding to be let in. The rain started to pour, a torrential downpour that swept through the streets, washing away the remnants of a world that once was. Lucy felt the storm inside her, raging, clawing for an escape. She turned, her eyes ablaze with desperation. "We have to do something, Thomas. We can't let them control us like this." "Do what?" he snapped, the frustration spilling over. "What are we? Just two voices in a sea of noise." "No," she said, stepping closer, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm. "We're more than that. We have the power to change hearts, to sway minds, if we can just break through the lies." His gaze shifted, a flicker of hope igniting in the depths of his eyes. There was a time when he believed in the power of the press, when he thought words could ignite revolutions. But at what cost? "They'll silence us, Lucy." "I know." She swallowed hard, feeling the weight of her own guilt. "But if we don't fight back, what's the point? We'll drown in their lies. As the storm raged outside, the shadows shifted, gathering around them like ghosts of their pasts, failed stories, lost opportunities, voices they had silenced, either willingly or through fear. It was all there, clinging to the air, suffocating yet familiar. Lucy took a deep breath, her voice barely above a whisper. I remember the first story I wrote. I believed it could change the world. And now? Thomas asked, the challenge hanging between them like an electric spark. Now, I believe we can change it again, she said, the fervor in her voice igniting a fire of determination. If we expose the truth, show people what's really happening, maybe we can pull them from the darkness. The clock chimed again, each note a thud in their chests, echoing their unspoken fears and desires. They were trapped in a world where the line between truth and lies blurred, where every article had become a game of chess, each move calculated to sway public opinion. I can't do it alone, Thomas admitted, the storm raging outside suddenly a mirror of the tempest inside him. What if they come for us? What if we lose everything? What if we lose ourselves? She countered, urgency lacing her words. We can't let fear dictate our actions. We owe it to ourselves, to those who've lost their voices, to fight back. The rain lashed against the window, a ferocious reminder that they were not just witnesses but participants in a battle for truth. And together, they could harness the storm, wield it as a weapon against the machinery of propaganda. As they stood there, hearts pounding in unison, the tension thickened, wrapping around them like a vice. Outside, the city was alive, shadows merging and morphing, the promise of a reckoning looming on the horizon. They were on the brink, teetering between fear and resolve, knowing that the choices they made would ripple through the fabric of society. Lucy held her breath, feeling the weight of history pressing down, knowing that this moment, this decision, could either condemn or redeem them. Together, they would forge a new path, but the journey would be fraught with peril. Let's make our voices heard, she said, a fierce determination igniting within her. And in that moment, the storm outside echoed the tempest in their souls, each raindrop a reminder that change was not just a possibility, it was imminent. The air was thick, suffocating, with a weight that pressed down on the shoulders of every soldier in the trenches. Night had fallen over the scarred landscape, casting long shadows that twisted and writhed like the souls of the damned. The distant rumble of artillery echoed like a heartbeat, steady, persistent, and utterly relentless. In this hellscape of mud and blood, 3 men clutched their rifles, their eyes reflecting the flickering, ghostly glow of the dying sun, and the promise of doom that loomed just beyond the horizon. I remember how the darkness swallowed everything, even hope. There was Schmidt, a wiry young man with a boyish grin that had all but dissolved under the weight of war. His hands trembled as he clutched the rifle, the steel cold and unyielding, a stark contrast to the warmth of the laughter we once shared around fires, dreaming of what a future might hold. But that future had evaporated like fog under the rising sun, leaving only shadows of what could have been. Keep your head down, whispered Müller, the stoic veteran whose face was carved with the lines of countless battles. His voice was low, yet it carried an air of authority that demanded respect. He had seen things that would haunt him until the day he breathed his last breath. His eyes were like wells of sorrow, filled with memories that would drown any man who dared to swim too deep. He had lost too much, his brother, his childhood dreams, his innocence, each loss a weight that threatened to crush him beneath its burden. And then there was me, torn between the boy I once was and the soldier I had become. I was a tapestry of contradictions, woven together by fear, resolve, and a desperate need for redemption. Every thud of artillery felt like a clock ticking down to my own demise. I remember feeling the earth tremble beneath my feet as if it too was alive, trembling with the anticipation of chaos. I wanted to scream, to shout that this wasn't how it was supposed to be, yet all that escaped my lips was silence. A shrill whistle pierced the air, a sound so sharp it cut through the fog of despair. The order had come. The German army was moving, a beast of steel and flesh, ready to surge forth into the abyss. The organization was a grim ballet, each soldier a cog in a ruthless machine, and we were all bound by duty, by fear, and by a twisted sense of honor. Ours was a world of tactics and strategies, a deadly chess game played out on a board stained with blood. Form up! Müller barked, snapping me back to the reality that threatened to engulf us. I felt the adrenaline surge, a tide of energy rushing through my veins like wildfire. My heart raced as we lined up, shoulder to shoulder, a wall of humanity ready to charge into the maw of death. Schmidt was at my side, his face pale yet determined, the fierce gleam in his eye a flicker of the boy he used to be. We were brothers in arms, forged by the flames of conflict, yet also strangers lost in the cacophony of war. I remember the distinct smell of gunpowder mingling with the damp earth, a scent that permeated the very essence of our existence. Each breath tasted like ash, a reminder that we were alive only by the grace of the next moment. The silence that followed the whistle was deafening, stretching like a taut wire ready to snap. I could hear the whispers of the past echoing in my mind, the laughter of loved ones, the warmth of home, all drowned out by the imminent clash of steel and resolve. Then came the charge, a sudden rush that surged through us, a wave crashing against the shore of destiny. The world erupted into chaos, a cacophony of gunfire, shouts, and the hollow thud of bodies hitting the ground. My heart pounded in sync with the rhythm of the battle, each beat a reminder of the life I fought to cling to. I remember the fear that clawed at my insides, the primal instinct to survive battling against the bonds of brotherhood, the desire to protect those around me. Schmidt stumbled, falling to the muddy ground, and in that moment, everything froze. Time stretched, warped, and I could see the panic in his eyes. "Help me," he cried, a sound so raw it reverberated through my very soul. The world twisted around me, the battlefield fading into a blur as I rushed to his side, my heart screaming in protest. I could feel the weight of his fear, the terror that gripped him as tightly as the mud clung to his uniform. "Get up!" I shouted, my voice breaking against the din of war. But my words felt hollow, a mere echo in the tempest of chaos. I reached for him, my hand grasping his wrist, pulling him toward me. But the ground beneath us trembled, and the world spun into darkness. I saw the glint of a rifle, the flash of a muzzle, and then silence. In that silence, I felt a profound sense of loss, a void that swallowed everything. I didn't realize that I was still screaming, my voice lost to the raging storm around us. The German army had charged into the fray, a relentless force, but behind that force was the undeniable truth that in this war, every soldier was haunted by the ghosts of their choices. We were not just soldiers, we were men of flesh and blood, with dreams and fears, caught in a machine that ground us to dust. As the echoes of battle faded into the night, I found myself standing alone, surrounded by the remnants of what was once whole. I remember the shadows stretching across the battlefield, dark and foreboding, whispering secrets of those who had fallen. The organization, the tactics, it all felt so distant now, a chess game played in a world that no longer made sense. Each heartbeat echoed my desperation, and as I stood among the ruins of my comrades, I realized that we were all just pieces on a board, moved by forces larger than ourselves. And in that realization, a flicker of understanding ignited within me. This was not the end, it was merely the beginning of something far more chilling, something that would forever bind us to this night, a haunting that would linger long after the echoes of gunfire had faded. The stars above twinkled like distant memories, and I felt a chill run through me, a premonition of what was yet to come. The night was far from over, and as the darkness wrapped around me like a shroud, I sensed that the true battle was only beginning. The ghosts of the past would rise from the shadows, and I, a mere pawn in this eternal game, would have to find my way through the chaos that awaited. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and despair as the first cannon fired, sending tremors through the ground beneath my feet. I stood at the heart of chaos, my heart pounding like a drum in the ominous silence that followed the blast. Soldiers, young and old, surged forward, faces smeared with dirt and determination, yet their eyes held a flicker of fear, a flicker that mirrored my own. I remember the moment vividly, the way the sunlight caught the edges of their uniforms, transforming their desperation into stark, haunting silhouettes against the backdrop of a battlefield that had turned into a graveyard. Jean-Claude, a man of fierce ambition, stood in the thick of it, his voice rising above the chaos like a beacon, commanding, almost seductive in its fervor. "Push forward. Victory is within our grasp." But his voice was a fragile promise, cracking under the weight of impossible expectations. I could see the sweat glistening on his brow, his hands trembling slightly as they clutched the map, his life laid bare in those ink-stained creases, every route a decision, every mark of fate entwined with this moment. I could feel his urgency vibrating like a taut string, ready to snap, and I wondered if he truly believed the lies we all told ourselves. Then there was Marie. A nurse, her heart a relentless warrior, darting through the confusion like a wisp of smoke, a spirit determined to heal in a place designed for destruction. The blood-soaked bandages clung to her hands, mingling with the innocence she had fought to preserve. I remember her eyes, wide and haunted, as she pulled a young boy from the rubble, cradling his head in her lap, whispering promises of safety that neither of them would ever feel again. "Stay with me," she urged, her voice a whisper against the cacophony, desperation lacing her every word, as if she could weave the fabric of hope from the threads of her own anguish. Amidst the clamor, the shadows whispered secrets of other choices, of paths never taken. I felt the weight of history pressing down on us, a suffocating reminder of the mistakes that colored the fabric of our present. Decisions made in haste, the echoes of past missteps, haunted us like ghosts. Each flash of artillery was a reminder of the lives we had willingly sacrificed at the altar of ambition. I remember standing beside Jean-Claude, watching as he hesitated, the map trembling in his grasp. "What if," he began, but the question hung in the air, unspoken, like a ghost that refused to fade away. The battlefield became a twisted tapestry of valor and folly, every charge a gamble, every retreat a confession of defeat. We had trained for this, yet I felt like a child playing at war, my heart racing with the thrill of danger and yet tethered by the weight of reality. I remember the crunch of gravel underfoot, the pitiful cries of the wounded, the chill of the wind stinging my cheeks. In that moment, I realized the line between heroism and tragedy was as thin as a thread, woven with dreams of glory and soaked in the blood of our failures. And then it happened. An explosion tore through the air, and the world erupted in a cacophony of screams. I was thrown to the ground, a jagged pain ripping through my side. I remember the taste of iron, the metallic tang mingling with the dust of despair as I crawled toward the cries of the fallen. Each gasp of breath felt like a betrayal. The ground was littered with dreams now turned to ash, and I could see Marie, her face contorted in horror, as she desperately dug through the rubble, searching for life in the face of death. I wanted to scream out to her, to tell her to run, to save herself, but the words were trapped inside me like caged birds, fluttering against the bars of my fear. But Jean-Claude, he stood tall, a stark figure against the chaos, eyes blazing with an intensity that bordered on madness. "We must hold the line." His voice cracked like thunder, but I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the internal war raging within him. I wanted to shake him, to scream, "They're dying. What glory is there in this?" Instead, I found myself caught in his fervor, swept up in the tide of his conviction, echoing the same hollow promises that brought us to this precipice of despair. As night fell, the battlefield transformed into a haunting landscape, shadows dancing grotesquely against the moonlight, illuminating the faces of the brave and broken. I remember the clock tower in the distance, its hands frozen in time, mocking our futile struggle. Each tick echoed like a heartbeat, a reminder that time was slipping away, that every decision had led us here, to this moment of reckoning. We had become ghosts of our own making, lost in a labyrinth of our choices, haunted by the very ideals that had once inspired us. And in that silence, between the screams and the whispers, I found clarity. I remember glancing at Marie as she cradled another fallen soldier, her hands trembling, not from fear, but from the sheer weight of reality crashing down upon us. What have we done? The question hung heavy in the air, a somber dirge for dreams shattered. I could see Jean-Claude wrestling with his demons, the flicker of doubt igniting a tempest within him, each choice he had made pulling him deeper into a chasm of responsibility. As dawn broke, splintering the horizon with ribbons of crimson and gold, we were left standing in the remnants of our choices, each decision replaying in our minds like an unending nightmare. The battlefield was no longer just a place of war, it had become a mirror reflecting our deepest fears, our greatest failures. I could feel the ghost of ambition lurking behind every decision, a specter that whispered of glory while shrouding us in despair. And so we stood, three flawed souls intertwined in our fates, caught in the web of our decisions, each heartbeat echoing like a drum in the stillness, a reminder that in the theater of war, leadership is laced with the blood of the innocent. The ghosts of our past danced around us, waiting for the next act to unfold. As the sun rose high, casting long shadows over the remnants of our broken dreams, the stage set for what was yet to come. I remember the silence before the storm, that heavy hush that cloaked the world like a shroud. It was a night when the moon hid behind clouds, as if afraid of what was to come. The streets were still, but the air crackled with tension, a suspense so thick you could slice it with a knife. I stood there, heart pounding, breath held, a moment suspended in time. Hands shook as I clutched the rifle, its cold steel biting into my palm. The shadows whispered secrets I dare not acknowledge, the ghosts of fallen comrades lurking just beyond sight. Then, the first shot rang out, a crack that shattered the night. I felt it vibrate through my bones, a pulse of fear, a jolt of adrenaline. That was no ordinary shot. It was a call to arms, a summons to chaos that would awaken the Franks-tireurs from their hiding places. We were not soldiers, but partisans, rebels painted in the hues of desperation. There was Juliet, her spirit fierce as a tempest yet trembling like a leaf caught in the wind. I remember how her eyes blazed with defiance, a storm of emotion swirling behind them. She had lost everything, her family, her home, her innocence. The war gnawed at her soul, leaving scars deeper than any bullet wound. "We fight for what remains," she would say, her voice a low growl, a vow etched in the marrow of her being. But what remained? Only memories, like ghosts flitting through the night. Then there was Francois, a man with a crooked smile that belied the anguish deep within. He wore his cynicism like armor, shielding a heart that had learned to love in a world that offered only pain. "We're all just characters in a macabre play," he would laugh, a sound so hollow it echoed through the empty streets. I wished it were true, wished we were merely playing roles in a farcical tragedy. But the reality was raw and visceral, blooded hands gripping the reins of fate. "Stay low, stay quiet," I whispered, as if the very air might betray us. We moved through the shadows, nimble as ghosts, every step a heartbeat against the deepening silence. The moon broke free from its shroud, casting an ethereal glow over the cobblestones, illuminating the dread etched on our faces. In the distance, the rumble of boots echoed, a battalion marching toward their own dark designs. I remember the scent of gunpowder mingling with the damp earth, an acrid reminder of our mortality. A single shot had ignited the flames of war, and now we stood on the precipice of something far more monstrous. Juliet crouched beside me, her breath shallow, eyes wide as saucers. "What do we do now?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, a stark contrast to the chaos brewing outside our fragile sanctuary. "Survive," I replied, but my heart trembled at the fragility of that word. Survival was a fickle mistress, and we were mere pawns in a cruel game played by gods who laughed at our suffering. The night swelled with the sounds of conflict, the cries of men and women caught in a vicious dance of survival. I couldn't help but recall a time when laughter filled these streets, when the sound of a child's laughter echoed off the walls instead of gunfire. Were those days truly gone, devoured by the insatiable hunger of war? "Do you remember our dreams?" Francois asked, his voice breaking through the din. "When we believed we could change the world." I laughed, a sound tinged with bitterness. "I remember dreaming of peace, of love. Now we're left with ruins." Then came the shouts, the guttural sounds of men driven mad by fear and bloodlust. We were cornered now, trapped in a nightmare where shadows danced with death. The soldiers would come, looking for retribution against the Franks-tireurs, fighting for a cause that felt as distant as the stars. Ready. I felt the resolve harden in my chest, a flame igniting where doubt once smoldered. Juliet nodded, her expression fierce, a lioness ready to protect her pride. In that moment, we were not just individuals, we were a collective scream against the abyss. As the door crashed open, splinters flew like shards of our crumbling hopes. The soldiers stormed in, faces twisted with fury, eyes glinting like knives. The room erupted in chaos, gunfire erupting like a violent symphony, echoing through the night. I remember the chaos, the screams, the cacophony of life and death entwined. I felt the rush of adrenaline, each heartbeat drumming in rhythm with the chaos surrounding us. I fired blindly, each shot a desperate plea for survival, each shell casing falling like broken promises to the floor. In that fleeting moment, time became a cruel joke. Seconds stretched into eternity as I glanced at Juliet, a fierce warrior with fire in her eyes, and Francois, his smile faded, replaced by raw determination. And for a heartbeat, I remembered dreams of a life untainted by war, of laughter under the sun. But dreams were ghosts now, and the living fought not to be swept away by the tide of despair. I remember the weight of it all, the dreams, the fears, the love lost along the way. We were not just partisans, we were a tapestry of humanity, woven together by our fractures and scars, fighting for a flicker of hope in the darkest of nights. Then, in the chaos, the world collapsed around us. I felt a jarring impact, a collision with the ground, a final gasp of air as darkness crept in like a thief. And as I fell into that abyss, I held on to one truth: we would fight. We would rise again, even when everything else faded into shadows. For in the heart of chaos, the Francs-tireurs would find their purpose, their fury ignited anew. The war was far from over, it was merely the beginning, a whisper of the storms yet to come. I could feel it in the marrow of my bones, a relentless cycle, a haunting refrain. The rise of partisan warfare was upon us, and we were the heartbeat of that storm. The room felt like a tomb. Shadows clung to the walls, thick with the weight of unspoken words. The air buzzed, heavy with anxiety, a dull thrum that pulsed beneath the skin. I stood at the edge of the table, heart racing, eyes darting between the faces, a mosaic of fear, anger, and something darker, something desperate. There were 4 of us, each carrying the ghosts of a million decisions, each breath a testament to a world on the brink of oblivion. I remember the moment when the clock ticked louder than our whispering souls. Its echo seemed to mock us, counting down to an inevitable reckoning. "We can't just sit here," I shouted, my voice slicing through the tension like a knife. The silence that followed felt like a heavy shroud, wrapping around us, stifling our thoughts. I looked at Samir, his brow glistening with sweat, his hands trembling. He was a soldier turned negotiator, the lines of his face etched with memories of battles fought and brothers lost. In his eyes, I saw the flicker of hope that clung to life like a candle in a storm. "What's the point of all this?" he muttered, voice cracking. "Are we even negotiating a future or just prolonging our suffering?" Across the table, Ilara sat, her eyes burning with an intensity that rivaled the rising sun. She had lost everything, her family, her home, yet her spirit remained unbroken, defiant. "We have to take this chance," she insisted, her voice steady, like the anchor in a raging sea. "What other choice do we have? What other choice is there?" The conviction in her words rippled through the room, stirring something deep within, but I could see the shadow of doubt lurking behind her fierce expression. The darkness in the corners seemed to whisper, reminding us of what had brought us here. The fires of war had scorched the land, leaving nothing but ashes and echoes. Each of us had walked through that inferno, felt the heat singe our skin, the despair claw at our throats. "Terms and conditions," I said, trying to steady my racing heart, my voice barely more than a whisper. "What do we even want? Can we agree on anything? What about the borders?" Samir shot back, his voice rising, the tension snapping like a taut wire. "Are we willing to bleed for inches of land? Will that bring back the lives we lost?" His words hung in the air, thick and suffocating. I felt my insides twist, the familiar ache of loss rising like bile in my throat. I remembered the faces of my friends, their laughter echoing in my mind, a bittersweet melody that drowned beneath the chaos of war. "We need to reach an agreement," Ilara pleaded, fingers gripping the edge of the table, knuckles white as the moonlight spilled into the room. "If we don't, the cycle will continue. More blood will spill, more lives will be shattered. We can't let hatred dictate our future." But the silence that followed felt like a chasm between us. Each of us stood on the edge, peering into an abyss of uncertainty, our hearts pounding in a rhythm that was both a battle cry and a funeral dirge. I took a deep breath, the scent of dust and despair filling my lungs. "I remember," I began, searching for words that would bridge the divide. "I remember the stories my mother told me of peace, of laughter, of a world where children could play without fear. Can we really turn back time? Can we rewrite our destiny?" Samir's gaze softened, the flicker of hope rekindled. "We've borne the scars of this conflict. We are not just warriors, we are human beings with the capacity for compassion. Maybe, just maybe, we can find common ground. Ilara's eyes glistened as she leaned forward, brow furrowed with determination. Let's piece together what's left of us, stitch together our broken hearts. What if we agree to share the land? What if we draw a new map, one that brings us closer, rather than divides us? The very thought sent a thrill through my veins. Could we really forge a path toward reconciliation? A path toward healing? The idea was like a spark in the dark, a fragile flame that could either ignite a new fire of hope or burn everything down around us. Are we ready to risk it all? I asked, my voice trembling, the weight of the moment crashing down like a tidal wave. To step into the unknown. Yes, Samir replied, his eyes locked on mine, fierce and unwavering. We've lost too much to let fear dictate our choices any longer. If we're going to create a new world, we must do it together. In that instant, the air shifted. The shadows receded just a little, the heaviness lifting, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for our next move. Then let's begin, Ilara said, her voice resolute. Let's draft our terms, our conditions, not just for the land, but for our hearts, our futures. The clock ticked on, a relentless reminder of time slipping away. Yet, in that moment, we were no longer just individuals lost in despair. We were a collective, a chorus of hope rising against the cacophony of war. Each heartbeat resonated with a promise, a fragile yet powerful pledge to rewrite the narrative of our lives. The negotiation had only begun, but the shadows no longer felt oppressive. Instead, they whispered of possibility. And as I looked at Samir and Ilara, I knew we stood on the brink of something monumental, an armistice not just in name, but in spirit. And as we began to draft our terms, I could feel the tide shifting, a new dawn breaking on the horizon, whispering of a world reborn from the ashes. The darkness was still there, lurking, but it no longer felt insurmountable. We were ready to fight for the light, to reclaim our stories, our futures, not just for ourselves, but for those who would come after us. Together? Samir asked, a slight smile breaking through the tension. Together, Ilara affirmed, and in that moment, a flicker of hope ignited in the depths of our souls, one that promised to burn brightly, even against the darkest of nights. The clock tower struck midnight, the bells tolling a sound that echoed with the weight of 1,000 lost souls. In the heart of Frankfurt, the shadows stretched longer, curling around the cobblestones like spectral fingers, whispering of battles fought and lives shattered. The air was thick, suffocating, a mix of smoke and despair, each breath a reminder of the conflict that had bled the city dry. As the last chime reverberated, an unsettling silence fell, a pregnant pause before the storm of emotions that lay ahead. I remember the faces. The faces of men who had once been proud, their uniforms now tattered reminders of glory turned to dust, and I remember the way they looked at each other, fear mingling with hope, resentment battling with exhaustion. Friedrich stood among them, the weight of command heavy on his shoulders. His hands trembled, not from fear but from the adrenaline that coursed through his veins, a lingering remnant of battles fought. His dark eyes scanned the gathering throng, searching for solace in the chaos. He was a soldier, a man forged in the fires of war, yet tonight, beneath the cloak of twilight, he felt more like a ghost, trapped between the past and the uncertain future. Beside him, Elise stood, her heart pounding like a war drum in her chest. The tension was palpable, an electric thread connecting their souls, one they dared not sever. She had always been a beacon of light in his darkest moments, a flicker of warmth amidst the cold steel of his reality. But tonight, that warmth felt distant, swallowed by the looming spectre of loss. The Treaty of Frankfurt loomed over them like a spectre, a promise of peace but also a harbinger of change. Would it bring salvation or merely silence the screams of the wounded? "I can't breathe," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread. The words hung between them, a confession steeped in vulnerability. What if this doesn't end the way we hope? Friedrich reached for her hand, their fingers interlocking, a lifeline in the storm. "We fought too hard to let despair win," he replied, his voice steady yet laced with uncertainty. "Whatever comes next, we face it together." But even as he spoke, a knot twisted in his gut, the reality of the situation crashing over him like a wave. He remembered the battlefield, the cries of the dying, the stench of blood and gunpowder, the faces of friends turned to nightmares. How many times had he watched the flicker of life extinguished in a single heartbeat? It was a kind of haunting, a sequence of memories that replayed relentlessly, like a broken record that refused to yield to silence. And then there was Anton, a man who had once seen the world in vibrant colors, now reduced to shades of gray. He lingered at the edge of the crowd, a specter of what he used to be. The war had stripped him of joy, leaving only a shell, a man who could no longer recognize himself in the mirror. His laughter had been silenced, the irony of life a cruel jest he could no longer bear. "What's left for us?" he murmured, his voice barely a whisper above the din of uncertainty. "When the fighting stops, who do we become?" Elise turned, her heart aching for him. "You're still you, Anton. Even if the world changes, you're still here." But her words felt hollow, echoing in the vast emptiness that had consumed him. She could see the shadows in his eyes, reflecting a battle more personal than any fought with swords or strategy. The war had taken everything from him, his youth, his dreams, and the very essence of his spirit. The night stretched on, a taut wire stretched to breaking point. The treaty, once a glimmer of hope, now felt like a shackle binding them to an uncharted future. Outside, the streets lay desolate, the remnants of conflict scattered like fallen leaves. Each corner held stories, whispers of those who had stood where they now stood, breathing in the bitter air, their fates entwined with history. Friedrich could taste it, a metallic tang on his tongue, a reminder of the blood that had been spilled and the lives that had been lost. He closed his eyes, shutting out the world for a moment, and in that darkness, he felt the weight of every decision made, every sacrifice given. Each heartbeat was a drumbeat of impending change, echoing in the hollow spaces of his mind. "I remember," he started, his voice faltering, "when we believed in something greater than ourselves." Memories flooded him, laughter shared over campfires, plans made in hushed tones, dreams of a future unmarred by the scars of war. "I remember too," Elise replied, her voice trembling. "I remember the light, but the light was fading, swallowed by the darkness creeping in around them." The clock tower struck again, each chime a reminder that time was slipping away, moments lost to the sands of uncertainty. The tension was a taut string pulled to its limit, ready to snap. And then, as if summoned by the very air around them, a figure emerged from the shadows. A man cloaked in the vestiges of authority, the weight of his presence palpable even from a distance. He carried the treaty like a sword, sharp, dangerous, promising both peace and peril. Friedrich's heart raced. This was the moment they had all been waiting for, yet anticipation mingled with dread. What would this man bring, hope or despair? Anton stepped forward, breaking the trance that held them all captive. "What will we sacrifice for this peace?" he shouted, his voice cracking like thunder. "What do we give up in exchange for silence? Our souls?" A hush fell over the crowd, as every heart beat as one. The air crackled with energy, a storm waiting to break. And in that silence, they stood, three souls tangled in a web of fate, caught between the ghosts of a past that would not let them go and a future that loomed uncertainly ahead. I remember the feeling of standing on the precipice of change, the sheer weight of everything that had come before, and everything that was yet to unfold. The treaty was not just a document, it was a crossroads, a chance to decide who they would become amidst the ashes of their history. Elise squeezed Friedrich's hand tighter, a silent vow exchanged between them. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it together, crafting their own destiny from the fragments of a shattered world. The clock continued to tick, each second a heartbeat in the silence, each breath a prayer for what was to come. And in that moment, under the shadow of the clock tower, they stood resolute, ready to confront whatever darkness awaited them beyond the fragile promise of peace. The clock strikes midnight, the sound echoing through the empty streets of Paris. A sudden hush blankets the city, a silence so profound it feels heavy, almost suffocating. In the shadows, where flickering street lamps cast ghostly shapes, three figures stand frozen: Camille, a once hopeful economist, her heart now a fortress of despair; Julien, a soldier whose eyes carry the weight of battles lost long before the war began; and Lucy, a mother whose dreams have been reduced to whispers, silenced by a world that refuses to listen. They gather at the edge of the Seine, a river reflecting the chaos swirling inside them, the water rippling with unspoken grief. I remember when the markets were alive, Camille whispers, her voice barely breaking the silence, a haunting melody that lingers in the air. Now, their graves, empty, cold. She clenches her fists, knuckles white, restless energy crackling through her. Each syllable is drenched in a bitterness that clings to her heart, a sweet poison that intoxicates just enough to keep her standing. Investors pull out like rats before the storm. The fear is palpable, thick as fog, wrapping around them, squeezing their fragile hopes. Julian shifts, his military jacket a stark contrast against the night, a relic of a time when honor meant something. I fought for a country that no longer exists. His voice is gravelly, his words weighted with the ghosts of comrades who never returned. What did we gain? Nothing but scars. He stares into the dark waters, searching for answers in the depths but finding only his own reflection, haunted, weary. The memory of gunshots and screams floods his mind, drowning him in a tide of terror that has no shore. I don't want to be a ghost in this city. Lucy stands apart, her gaze distant. I remember my daughter's laughter, she murmurs, a fragile sound that seems to shatter the stillness. Now, I tell stories to shadows. The weight of her loss is an anchor, dragging her under, suffocating joy. She grips a worn teddy bear in her arms, its fabric frayed, a testament to better days. What future do I give her? The question hangs in the air, unanswered, a chasm that echoes with despair. The streets are filled with hunger, both for food and for hope. The wind shifts, an icy whisper that sends a chill down their spines, a reminder of the world outside their bubble of grief. Camille breaks the silence, her voice rising. We can't let them win. They want us to stay silent, to fade away like old photographs. The fire ignites in her eyes, a flicker of rebellion against the shadows. But can we fight a ghost? Julian asks, his skepticism a dark cloud over her burning resolve. What does it matter when the government crumbles like old stone? I remember when I believed in change, Camille presses, her heart racing, blood pounding in rhythm with her words. We have to believe again. She glances at Lucy, searching for encouragement, but fears the shadows lurking in her eyes. What if we don't? Lucy's voice trembles like the leaves rustling in the wind, a frail reminder of the world's cruelty. Every day, I watch the faces of my neighbors twist with desperation. The anger surges, a tidal wave rising within her. Their hopes are buried beneath a mountain of debt and despair. Julian steps forward, the weight of his uniform a heavy shroud. Then let's raise our voices. Let them hear us. Let them tremble. His words crackle with intensity, igniting something deep within Camille. She feels it, a pulse, vibrant and alive, coursing through the very fabric of her being. What if it's too late? Lucy's voice falters, the fear of failure gripping her heart like an icy hand. What if they come for us? A flicker of uncertainty passes between them, but in that moment, a determination surges, raw and vibrant. We can't let fear define us, Camille insists, her voice rising above the clamor of doubt. We are still here, breathing, living. She reaches for Lucy's hand, squeezing it tight, a lifeline in the storm. We are not ghosts, we are flesh and blood. The sound of distant sirens wails through the night, a harbinger of chaos, a reminder that the world is a fragile place, teetering on the edge. It pierces the silence, a reminder that time is slipping away. What's the point? Lucy's voice breaks, the weight of hopelessness crashing over her. What can we do against a system so broken? That's just it, Julian says, stepping closer, eyes fierce and unwavering. We aren't alone. We are the many, and they are the few. He gestures to the shadows of buildings looming over them, symbols of power that once seemed invincible. They will fall if we rise. Camille nods, heart racing. Let's ignite the spark. Let the world feel our fire. As her words hang in the air, the energy shifts, electricity crackling in the atmosphere. Shadows dance around them, teasing and taunting, but in that moment, they become something more, an army united by a common cause. I remember why we fight. Lucy finally speaks, her voice stronger now, as if she has awakened from a deep slumber. For our children, for a future that isn't buried beneath despair. The sirens grow closer, a reminder that the battle is already raging outside their fragile circle. The city is a powder keg ready to explode, and somewhere within them, an ember has flared into a blaze. Let's not wait for them to come to us, Camille urges, heart pounding in her chest. Let's take the fight to them. Let our voices be the thunder that shakes their foundations. As they stand at the edge of the Seine, the darkness envelops them, but a flicker of light ignites within. Together, they step forward, hearts pounding like war drums, ready to confront a world that has turned its back on them. The confrontation is inevitable, the fallout is looming, but they stand united, trembling yet resolute, ready to carve their names into the echoes of history. Their journey has just begun, and the night stretches ahead, dark and uncertain, filled with possibilities. The clock struck midnight, a grim reminder that time waits for no one. Its echo danced through the empty streets of Berlin, where shadows of the past clung to the cracked pavement like ghosts. The air was thick with tension, as if the very city held its breath, waiting for something to shatter the stillness. Somewhere, beneath the surface, the pulse of a nation throbbed, raw and aching. I remember the moment vividly when I met Anna. Her eyes held stories of loss, of dreams deferred, and of a longing that stretched across a wall that divided not just a city, but a people. She stood there, a flickering candle in the wind, her silhouette framed by the remnants of a wall that had once seemed insurmountable. "It's a strange thing," she whispered, her voice trembling, "to feel like a stranger in your own home." Her words wrapped around me like a shroud, smothering the hope of a new dawn. Then there was Klaus, a man molded by the relentless grind of history. He had grown up in the shadows of that wall, a boy whose laughter had been silenced by the echoes of distant gunfire and faded dreams. He clutched a tattered photograph of his mother, her smile forever captured in sepia tones, a stark contrast to the grayness that enveloped their lives. "She believed in a Germany where we could all belong," he said, his voice a mix of bitterness and yearning. "But what does that even mean now?" The question hung in the air, heavy and unanswerable. The Berlin skyline loomed above us, a jagged heartbeat against the night. Each building was a monument to resilience, yet also a tombstone for what had been lost. As we walked, Anna's fingers brushed against the remnants of the wall, and I could feel the electricity of her memories sparking to life. She told tales of escape, of families torn apart, of laughter interrupted by the sirens of war. "I remember," she said, voice thick with emotion, "the first time I saw my brother after the wall came down. It was like finding a piece of myself I thought was lost forever." Tears glistened in her eyes, reflecting the streetlights like tiny stars, each one a wish, a memory, a dream. But the unification that had promised so much felt like a double-edged sword, cutting deep into the fabric of a shared identity. The joy of freedom came wrapped in layers of conflict, igniting a fire of resentment and fear that simmered beneath the surface. Klaus, embittered yet fiercely loyal to his roots, fought against the tides of change. "They don't understand us," he said, voice low and fierce. "The West thinks they can just come in and rewrite our stories. But they don't know the dirt under our nails, the scars we carry." Every corner of the city whispered of division, between East and West, rich and poor, past and future. I could almost hear the thrum of discontent as we wandered, the very bricks and mortar groaning under the weight of unfulfilled promises. "We've lost something," Anna murmured, her gaze distant. "A sense of belonging. We're caught in this limbo, and it's suffocating." The night wrapped around us like a shroud, dark and consuming. We passed a street artist painting the aftermath of a riot, colors splashing against the concrete like blood on a battlefield. "Look," I said, pointing to the vibrant strokes, "even chaos can be beautiful." But Klaus shook his head, "Or it can drown us." The dichotomy of beauty and despair clashed in the air between us, reverberating with the tension of a nation struggling to form an identity. Every laugh rang hollow, every smile felt strained. I could see the shadows dance in Anna's eyes, the flicker of hope dimming under the weight of reality. "What if we can't find our way back?" she whispered, her voice nearly lost in the night's embrace. It was a question that pierced the air, sharp and unforgiving. As dawn approached, the uncertainty clung to us like a fog. The city began to stir, but the silence of the night lingered, echoing with the ghosts of a divided past and the uncertainty of a unified future. We stood before the remnants of the wall, a monument of bricks and memories, and I could feel the pulse of a nation thrumming beneath us. Klaus clenched his fists, anger radiating from him. It can't end like this. We have to fight for our stories, for our identity. His words ignited a spark, a fire that crackled with resolve. I felt it shift in the air around us, charging the atmosphere with a sense of purpose. Anna reached out, her hand touching Klaus's shoulder, grounding him. "Then let's start here," she said softly, a glimmer of hope piercing through her despair. "Let's carve our own identity from this chaos." The weight of her words hung between us, heavy with potential. As the first rays of sunlight broke through the horizon, illuminating the remnants of the wall, I felt the world shift, teetering on the brink of something profound. The unity we had longed for felt close yet achingly distant, a horizon just out of reach. The city stirred awake, but we remained, suspended in this fragile moment of possibility, a fragile promise that echoed through the empty streets. And then, in that heartbeat of dawn, something shifted. It was a whisper of change carried on the wind, a promise that perhaps we could rise from the ruins, forge a new identity, and embrace the chaos of our existence. I could feel it in my bones, a new beginning teetering on the edge of reality. It was the beginning of a story waiting to unfold, one that would intertwine our lives and the soul of a nation, forever altered yet undeniably alive. There's a chill in the air, a silence that hangs like a weight, thick and palpable, as the last echoes of cannon fire fade into the distance. In the dim light of a smoldering dawn, the battlefield lies stretched before me, wounded men, twisted forms, the scent of gunpowder mingling with the earth. I stand frozen, heart hammering against ribs that feel like a cage. This is the legacy of the Franco-Prussian War. It's not just a history lesson, it's a raw wound that refuses to heal, a ghost that haunts the living. And there, in the haze, I see her, the silhouette of Marie, her face smudged with dirt and despair. A widow at 20, clutching a tattered photograph of her husband, a soldier long gone. Her hands tremble, and I can almost hear the thoughts racing through her mind, desperate and raw. Asterisk what now? Whom do I mourn? The man who left for glory, or the memory crushed by war? Asterisk, I remember the way she once laughed, a melody that danced in the air, but now it's stifled by grief, choked out like the last breaths of the dying. And then there's Friedrich, just a boy, really, with dreams too big for the shadow of a battlefield. He clutches a rifle that's almost too heavy for his frail frame, eyes wide with fear, flickering like candle flames caught in a storm. Asterisk war is glory, asterisk they whispered, but all he knows now is a cacophony of screams and chaos, a world unraveling. I see him crouch behind a crumbling wall, his heart racing as adrenaline courses through him, a glassy-eyed panic consuming his thoughts. Asterisk am I brave or just foolish? Asterisk the question twitches on his lips, but the silence swallows it whole. In this world, every heartbeat is a reminder of loss. The clocks ticking in the distance sound like a funeral dirge, counting down to an unseen fate. I can almost touch the weight of history pressing down on us, its shadows stretch long and dark. The war has etched itself into the very landscape, twisting the hearts of those caught in its grip. Marie's sorrow intertwines with Friedrich's fear, a tapestry of human emotion that weaves through the remnants of their lives. Asterisk, I remember the stories they told, the glories of battle, the pride of a unified Germany, the bitterness of defeat. Asterisk, but in this moment, those tales feel like distant echoes. Marie is a prisoner of her memories, haunted by the laughter that filled her home, now replaced by the oppressive silence of absence. She walks among the ruins, her feet dragging, each step a reminder that the past is a fickle lover, forever out of reach. Friedrich, too, wrestles with the ghosts of his imagination. Images flood his mind, a mother's gentle touch, friends who will never return, a future that now feels like a cruel joke. He watches the older soldiers, their faces lined with scars, both from battle and from life, and he wonders, asterisk will I become like them, a shell of what could have been, asterisk self-doubt gnaws at him, much like the hunger that grips his stomach. And in the distance, the cities, Berlin, Paris, stand as monuments to ambition and ruin. They pulse with life, yet they carry the weight of the fallen, the unspoken grief of the families torn apart. The streets are laced with whispers, secrets shared in the shadows, the kind that ripple like a stone tossed into a still pond, creating waves that reach far beyond their origin. I see the soldiers marching, uniforms crisp but hearts heavy, each step echoing with the weight of 1,000 unspoken anxieties. I remember the day they announced the unification, the cheers that erupted, the flames of hope igniting in chests. But now, in the aftermath, those flames have been doused. All that remains is a smoldering ash, a longing for what might have been. The laughter that once filled the air is replaced by insufferable silence, punctuated only by the distant cries of the wounded. Marie stands at the edge of the field, a haunting figure against the dawn, her silhouette stark, a monument to loss. I catch her eye, and for a moment, the world fades. She is both a warrior and a victim, battling the demons of love and loss. The photograph slips from her fingers, fluttering to the ground like a fallen leaf, a symbol of everything she's lost. Asterisk, who will remember him? Asterisk, she seems to ask, her eyes brimming with a storm of unshed tears. Friedrich, watching from afar, feels the weight of her grief pressing on his chest. He sees her pain, raw and unyielding, and it stirs something deep within him. He remembers, asterisk, I am not alone. Asterisk, the realization is both terrifying and liberating. In this wreckage of war, bonds are forged in the crucible of suffering. He steps forward, each movement a quiet act of rebellion against the destiny written for him. The world is a tapestry of scars, threads tangled in a chaotic weave. In the aftermath of bloodshed, hope flickers like a candle in the wind, fragile yet persistent. I feel the tension building between them, a magnetic pull that draws them closer in shared understanding. A moment hangs suspended in the air, heavy with unspoken words, a silent promise that even amidst despair, life continues to pulse, messy, chaotic, and painfully beautiful. Behind them, shadows shift, remnants of soldiers lost and dreams shattered, a chorus of voices whispering the names of the fallen. Asterisk, forget us not. Asterisk, they seem to plead, a haunting refrain that echoes through the ages, binding the past to the present in an unbreakable chain. Each name carries a weight, each face a story, and as the sun rises, painting the horizon with hues of crimson and gold, I know this is only the beginning. The legacy of the Franco-Prussian War is not just written in history books, it lives in the hearts of those still standing, yearning for a peace that feels ever elusive as the clock ticks on, relentless and unyielding. The clock's hands trembled, the faint ticking reverberating like a heartbeat in the darkened room, each second a reminder of looming chaos. Outside, shadows danced in the flickering light of street lamps, whispers of war coating the cobblestones with dread. I remember my own reflection in the rain-slicked window, a gaunt figure staring back, eyes wide with the weight of uncertainty, an echo of history, a ghost haunting my reality. Henri, a soldier hardened by the trenches, stood rigid in the corner, his breath shallow, every inhalation thick with the scent of gunpowder and memories of lost friends. I could see the tremor in his hands as he clutched a letter, crumpled and stained, the edges fraying like his own resolve. I should have been there, he muttered, the words scraping past clenched teeth, a bitter confession that reverberated within the walls of our shared sorrow. If I had been there, they might have lived. I remember the faces of those who fell, Pierre, with his laughter like a wild melody, and Luc, whose eyes sparkled with dreams of distant lands, of colonies ripe for conquest. They were all gone now, swallowed by the abyss of ambition and bloodshed. The walls of our homeland crumbled under the weight of grief, and still, I stood in the flickering light, rooted in this moment, paralyzed by the specter of their absence. Across the room, Emilia, a fierce spirit wrapped in vulnerability, stared into the distance, her gaze piercing through the fog of despair. She was Henri's sister, a woman whose heart ached for her brother's return, but whose soul yearned for something greater than the confines of our war-torn existence. It's not just the men who suffer, she whispered, her voice a quivering thread of anguish. We are all caught in this web of ambition. Her hands moved with the grace of a dancer, weaving through the air, painting a picture of what could have been a world unshackled by greed and conquest. I remember the night of the dance, the ball that seemed to mock our reality. As laughter echoed in gilded halls, I felt the ghost of war distorting the jubilant air. While the aristocrats twirled in silk and satin, Henri's haunting absence loomed like a black cloud. The music pulsed, a mockery of joy, and I could hear Emilia's heart breaking beneath her corset. Do they not know, she cried, her voice rising above the notes, trembling with indignation. Do they not see the blood on our hands? Time slipped through our fingers like grains of sand, moments collapsing into one another, a dizzying spiral of memories and dreams. Each tick of the clock drew us closer to an irreversible confrontation. I remember the shadows cast by the moon, stretching long and ominous, whispering secrets of nations torn apart by the insatiable hunger for empire. France and Germany, once neighbors, now adversaries, caught in a dance of destruction, their ambitions intertwining like vines, choking the very essence of humanity. I could feel the tension thrumming in the air, a taut string ready to snap. Henri clenched the letter tighter, his jaw set in defiance. "They've taken everything from us," he growled, the fire igniting in his eyes. "Our dreams, our lives, they want to strip us bare and leave nothing but ashes." The pain in his voice sliced through the night, raw and unfiltered. I could see him transported back to the trenches, the acrid smell of death rising with the sun, a horrific reminder of what lay beyond the borders of our once idyllic dreams. Emilia stepped forward, her spirit aflame with purpose. "Then we fight," she shouted, her voice rising like a battle cry, echoing through the hollow room, breaking the silence that had become our shackle. "Not just with weapons, but with our will. We must reclaim our humanity." Her words hung in the air, a challenge, a promise, igniting something within me, a flicker of hope amid the encroaching darkness. I remember the distant rumble of artillery, the earth trembling beneath the weight of conflict, a constant reminder of the war's relentless grasp. It felt like the heartbeat of the world, pulsing with rage and despair, a symphony of destruction that drowned out our desires. What awaited us on the horizon? Glory? Or just another round of suffering? The clock struck midnight, the sound echoing like a death knell. Time had become fluid, slipping away like water through clenched fingers. Outside, the city lay in haunting silence, a canvas painted with the shadows of our fears. The sky, bruised and battered, mirrored our souls, heavy with unshed tears, a tempest waiting to break loose. I took a step toward Emilia, feeling the weight of our collective pain. "What if we fail?" I asked, my voice a mere whisper, drowning in the weight of uncertainty. She turned to me, her gaze steady, piercing through the veil of doubt that had shrouded my heart. "What if we don't?" she replied, and in that moment, I felt the tide of determination swell within me, lifting the veil of despair. We stood together, three souls entwined in a dance of defiance, shadows flickering against the wall as the clock ticked relentlessly onward. The air thickened with anticipation, the world outside teetering on the brink of chaos. I could see Henri's resolve hardening, the fire in his eyes igniting like a wildfire. "For them," he murmured, a promise etched in the depths of his heart, a vow to those we had lost, a pledge that echoed through time. And then we huddled together, hands clasped tight, hearts racing, as the shadows around us whispered tales of bravery and sacrifice. There were no guarantees, no clear paths ahead, just the raw, terrible beauty of our shared struggle. The war would shape our ambitions, redefine nations, but it would not snuff out our spirits. Time stretched, a taut string ready to snap, and with every heartbeat, we felt the universe shift, the weight of history pressing down upon us. The final confrontation loomed, an inevitable storm gathering on the horizon, and as the clock struck once more, we prepared to face whatever lay ahead, together. The darkness stirred, the echoes of our dreams haunting the silence, and we stood resolute, ready to carve our place within the chaos, our voices rising, a defiance against the night. The clock struck midnight, a sound that echoed through the empty streets like a whisper of doom. Shadows danced along walls, their shapes morphing into ghosts of forgotten memories. In a narrow alley, the air thick with the stench of decay, I stumbled upon a crumpled piece of paper, an old poem scrawled in frantic ink, words that seemed alive, begging to be read, to be remembered. I remember the night, a voice said, trembling in the silence, breaking the stillness like glass shattering. It was Clara, her eyes wide, reflecting not just the flickering streetlight but something deeper, a fear that gnawed at her soul. She clutched a sketchbook to her chest as if it were a lifeline. I remember the sound of sirens, the screams, the art of survival. Beside her stood Eli, his hands thrust deep into his pockets, a storm brewing behind his hazel eyes. He wore a casual smirk, but it was a mask, one he'd perfected over years of hiding from the chaos that raged within him. "You're too dramatic, Clara." "It's just a memory." Just a ghost, he said, but his voice wavered, laced with the weight of unspoken truths. The alley felt alive, pulsating with the past. The walls were coated in layers of paint and grime, each flake an echo of a story long forgotten. I felt the pulse of the city, each heartbeat a reminder of those who had come before. Clara flipped through her sketchbook, pages fluttering like trapped birds desperate for freedom. Each image told a tale, of loss, of hope, of a world that had turned its back. I remember the faces, she whispered, her fingers trembling as they traced a charcoal sketch of a child. They haunt me. They need to be seen. They deserve to be remembered. Eli closed his eyes, the weight of her words crashing over him like a tidal wave. Remembering won't change anything, he snapped, his voice cracking. It only deepens the wound. Yet, even as he spoke, his heart was a battleground. He wanted to forget, to dance with the shadows of denial, but Clara's fire ignited something dormant within him, something that screamed for acknowledgement. The moon hung low, casting a silver glow, illuminating their faces, their fears, their scars. Each moment stretched, a taut line ready to snap. I felt their breaths, quick and shallow, as if the air itself conspired against them. Clara's sketches were not just art, they were anchors, memories woven into paper, each stroke a lifeline thrown into the abyss of their past. What about the art we create? Clara implored, desperation lacing her voice. What about the stories we tell? They're more than just memories. They're our way of screaming back at the void. Eli scoffed, but there was a flicker of something in his gaze, doubt, perhaps. Or a longing to believe her? Or a way to drown in our own sorrows, he replied, but even he could hear the fragility in his dismissal, the cracks in his armor. I felt the tension coil tighter, like a noose around their necks. There was a moment, an electric pause, where the universe held its breath, waiting for the truth to spill. Clara's fingers trembled as she turned another page, revealing a haunting figure, a shadow that looked eerily familiar, a reflection of Eli, caught in a moment of anguish, a moment that belonged to both of them. Look, she whispered, a mixture of awe and horror etched across her face. This is you, Eli. This is the betrayal you can't escape. The air went still, thick with unspoken confessions. The truth hung between them, a spectral presence that urged for acknowledgement. I could feel Eli's heart racing, see the flicker of emotions, anger, shame, love, colliding in his chest. He stepped back, a physical recoil from the reality Clara had thrust upon him. I don't want to be that person, he choked out, but the words fell flat, hollow against the weight of her gaze. Then make it right, Clara implored, her voice trembling. Create something beautiful from this pain. Don't let it consume you. The night wrapped around them, a shroud of possibilities and despair. The buildings loomed tall, stone giants whispering secrets of the past. I could sense the city's heartbeat, each thud resonating with the pulse of their conversation. The shadows deepened, and the air thrummed with unacknowledged fears, memories swirling like wisps of smoke, threatening to engulf them both. They stood on the precipice of confrontation, too close yet too far. The past clawed at Eli's throat, wrapping around him like a serpent, every memory a reminder of failure. I don't know how, he confessed, the admission a soft surrender. How can I create art when all I feel is broken? Clara's hands gripped the sketchbook tighter, knuckles white with the weight of their shared history. That's where art lives, Eli. In the brokenness, in the fears. It's a mirror reflecting our truths, our battles. A siren wailed in the distance, slicing through the air, a reminder of the outside world, a world that continued to spin, indifferent to their struggles. The moment stretched, a taut wire ready to snap. I remember, Clara began again, her voice steady, I remember the colors of the night when everything fell apart. The darkness wrapping around us like a shroud. But I also remember the dawn that followed. The light that seeped through the cracks. With each word, the tension shifted, crackling like electricity in the air. Eli's defenses began to crumble, the walls he had built around his heart faltering. What if I fail? He whispered, fear turning his voice to ash. Then you fail, Clara said fiercely, her eyes blazing with raw intensity. But what if you don't? What if you finally see the beauty in the chaos? The shadows trembled, and for a fleeting moment, the weight of possibility hung heavy around them. In the silence that followed, a fragile understanding blossomed, a bond forged in pain, in memory, in the haunting echoes of the past. I felt the world shift, the fabric of their reality intertwining with the stories written on the walls, the art that begged to be brought to life. As the clock ticked relentlessly forward, the night stretched on, a canvas waiting for their brushstrokes, ready to capture the fleeting beauty of survival. And then, just as the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, illuminating the alien hues of hope, Clara and Eli stood on the edge of creation, their hearts beating in unison, ready to confront the shadows of their past, ready to carve their memories into something immortal. The air is thick with tension, a silence so oppressive it could smother a person whole. I stand there, heart racing, amidst the clatter of boots and distant cries that echo through the fog of dawn. A woman, a nurse, her hand stained with the remnants of desperation, leans over a makeshift cot, her fingers trembling as she presses a cloth to a wound that bleeds like a heart breaking. I remember this moment vividly. I remember the way the sun clawed at the horizon, a futile attempt to pierce the darkness that had settled over our lives. Her name is Clara. She is fierce, a lioness caught in a den of wolves. Her eyes are a storm, swirling with anguish and determination, refusing to yield to the despair that surrounds her. I remember the day she signed up to serve, the fire in her belly igniting a spark that would set the world alight. "I can't just stand by," she had said, her voice steady despite the quiver of her lip. "I won't be another ghost haunting these streets." But the war has a way of turning hopes into ashes. She moves with urgency, each step punctuated by the cries of young men, their faces pale, bodies broken. I remember the first time I saw her, a flicker of something deep within her, a light that fought against the encroaching darkness. Now, that light flickers, dimmed by the weight of lives she cannot save. Beside her, a soldier named Thomas lies with haunted eyes, the remnants of dreams lost to gunfire and chaos. He is a shell of the boy who once swaggered down the streets of his hometown, laughter spilling from his lips like music. "You're going to make it," Clara whispers, though she knows the truth lingers like smoke, heavy and suffocating. His gaze locks onto hers, and for a moment, the world around us blurs, time stretches, a taut string ready to snap. "I don't want to be a burden," he breathes, each word a struggle, as if the very act of speaking draws him closer to the void. I remember the promise of love, the laughter that once filled his eyes, now replaced by shadows. A bittersweet smile dances on his lips, but it crumbles like brittle paper. Clara holds his gaze, her heart shattering with every breath he takes. I feel the weight of their connection, an unbreakable thread woven through the fabric of war. By day, they are soldiers and nurses, by night, they are two souls clinging to fleeting moments, whispering secrets in the dark. "You'll see, we'll dance again," she murmurs, though she knows the truth is a thief. Outside, gunfire erupts, sharp and furious, a cacophony that rips through the stillness. I remember the chill that runs down my spine, the instinct to flee, but Clara stands her ground, fiercely defiant. "They need us," she growls, and I can't help but admire her audacity. She is the storm in this raging sea, a force of nature fueled by love and anger. She grips Thomas's hand, a tether in the chaos, grounding them both. "You fight, and I will fight too." But war has a way of throwing shadows over the brightest hearts. Days turn into weeks, weeks into months, and Clara feels the weight of fatigue pressing down on her like an anvil. I remember her voice, cracking like glass as she navigates the labyrinth of suffering, the faces of the fallen invading her dreams. Nightmares twist into reality, blood-soaked hands, screams echoing in her mind. Each life she touches is a flicker of hope, but it's a candle struggling against the wind. And then there's Helen, another woman caught in the storm. She is a mother, waiting for news of her son. Her hands are calloused from hard labor, yet they tremble as they cradle a photograph, the boy's smile frozen in time. I remember the way her eyes search the horizon, each figure in uniform a desperate hope, a prayer whispered into the void. She stands at the edge of the battlefield, heart drumming in her chest, each beat a reminder of love tangled with fear. "Come back to me," she whispers to the wind, a mantra filled with desperation. But the war laughs at her, mocking, cruel, relentless. I feel her anguish, a raw, pulsating wound that echoes through the air, reverberating in the very earth beneath her feet. Helen is a beacon of resilience, a testament to the strength of a woman's heart, yet she too is haunted by the spectre of loss. As night falls, the world transforms. Shadows creep in, swallowing the remnants of daylight, wrapping everything in a cloak of uncertainty. Clara and Helen find solace in each other, two women bound by their shared grief and determination. "We'll rebuild," Clara insists, her voice a fierce whisper, a promise laced with pain. Helen nods, though uncertainty gnaws at her insides like a ravenous wolf. And still, time ticks by, a relentless metronome counting down the moments until everything changes. I remember the feeling of dread, the heavy weight of the unknown that clung to their souls. It is a dance of despair and hope, a fragile balance on the precipice of everything they fear. In the final moments, the confrontation looms, an inevitable clash of emotions, the culmination of dreams and nightmares colliding. Clara stands before Thomas, tears streaming down her face, the raw intensity of love and loss swirling around them. "You come back to me," she pleads, a cry born from the depths of her soul. "You must fight. We have so much left to do." But the war, like a cruel puppeteer, pulls the strings. And in its hands, fate is a fickle mistress. The tension snaps, an electric jolt in the air. I can feel the heartbeat of the universe quicken, each pulse a reminder of what is at stake. Clara's resolve hardens, while Helen clutches her photograph, a talisman against the encroaching shadows. The confrontation they've been battling against all along, fear, loss, love, explodes in a whirlwind of emotion that refuses to be contained. And just like that, the world shifts again, an unyielding tide surging forward, dragging them into the unknown. Their stories, interwoven in the fabric of a shattered world, pulse with raw emotion, a testament to the indomitable spirit of women fighting against the odds, refusing to be silenced, refusing to let the war take everything. I remember standing there, caught in the storm of their lives, feeling every heartbreak, every breath, and every flicker of hope. The clock ticks on, the shadows deepen, and the echoes of their struggles ripple through the night, a haunting melody that lingers long after the last note fades into silence. The air was thick with smoke and despair, a canvas painted in shades of ruin. The sound of distant cannon fire echoed like a cruel heartbeat, a reminder that behind every breath lay the weight of shattered lives. I stood there, breathless, amidst the rubble of what was once a proud city, its stones now bleached by the ash of conflict. The shadows of men, ghosts of ambition and desperation, cast long across the ground, mingling with the cries of the wounded. They were not just soldiers, they were fathers, brothers, sons, each with a heart that had once beat for something beyond the destruction encircling them. I remember one soldier in particular, Friedrich. His eyes were dark pools of fear, yet they flickered with defiance, a spark caught in the jaws of a relentless storm. He clutched a rusty rifle, knuckles white and trembling, as if the gun itself were a talisman against the encroaching night. "We fight for honor," he shouted, the words tumbling past cracked lips. But even in his fervor, I could see the fragility, the faltering resolve. The honor felt like a specter, haunting him while the real, visceral horror of war clawed at his sanity. Then there was Elise. She stood apart, her silhouette framed against the smoke-laden horizon, a beacon of courage wrapped in despair. Her husband had left for the front, a promise of return hanging heavy in the air like a storm cloud. She lived in a world where every knock on the door was hope and dread, where the ticking clock became a relentless reminder of time slipping away. In her hands, she held a scrap of fabric, a faded blue ribbon, a symbol of love now fraught with uncertainty. It swayed gently, a metronome marking every heartbeat as she whispered his name into the void. "Friedrich!" I called out, my voice swallowed by the chaos. He turned, eyes glistening with unshed tears, reflecting the tragedy unfolding around him. "Do you remember before this?" I asked, my words laced with an ache that resonated in the air. "Do you remember when we laughed at the absurdity of it all?" The ghost of a smile flitted across his face, but darkness crept back in, swallowing it whole. "Before this," he echoed, as if the very act of recalling was a betrayal to the present. I remember the taste of bread warm from the baker, the laughter of children echoing in the streets. Joy feels like a distant memory now. His voice cracked, a mirror shattering under pressure. What is honor when the ground we stand on bleeds? The battle raged on, a symphony of agony and chaos, a grotesque dance on a stage set for tragedy. The din of metal on metal, the desperate cries of men, and the wails of the broken formed a cacophony that clawed at my heart. What was it for? Land? Power? A crown that hung heavily on the head of a distant monarch? The reasons felt as hollow as the echoes of the fallen. Friedrich! Elise's voice pierced the noise, raw and desperate, as she rushed forward, clinging to the remnants of hope. She called for him, her heart a drum echoing in the silence between explosions. Please, come back to me. The plea hung in the air, fragile as glass, a weighty whisper lost in the storm of fate. In that moment, her vulnerability was a beacon, illuminating the shadows threatening to engulf them. The battlefield was a theater of dreams turned nightmares, where every glance exchanged between Friedrich and Elise was a promise ensnared in fear. As the sun dipped low, casting long shadows, I saw them locked in a desperate embrace. The world around them faded, a mere backdrop to their poignant moment. Time hung heavy, the seconds stretching like a taut string ready to snap. Then, the clock struck, a moment of clarity. I remember the stars, Friedrich murmured, a distant look in his eyes. We used to watch them together. His voice trembled, and for a heartbeat, the war slipped away, the noise dulled, the terror receded, leaving only the shimmering memories of starlit nights and laughter. Do you think they're watching us now? Always, Elise whispered, her fingers brushing against his cheek, their warmth a defiance against the cold encroaching darkness. They see everything. Yet even as she spoke, the shadows drew closer, the inevitability of fate wrapping around them like a shroud. The clash of swords, the roar of cannon fire returned, a cruel reminder of the reality waiting just outside their fragile cocoon. The moment was a breath caught in the throat, a heartbeat suspended in time. Would it end in silence, or in a cacophony of loss? The spectre of uncertainty loomed over them, heavy and oppressive, yet they stood together, a defiance against the tide of despair. I remember the ground shaking beneath our feet, the world shifting as if it were a living entity, hungry for sacrifice. The sky turned a sickening hue, a haunting harbinger of what was to come. The faces of those around us morphed into a gallery of anguish, each one a silent testament to the cost of war, the price of pride. And then it came, a surge of chaos, an explosion that felt like the end of the world. The ground erupted, and in that moment, time splintered like glass, each shard reflecting a life undone. I turned to see Friedrich's face contorted in horror, Elise's scream piercing the chaos, and then, a blinding light, a shroud of dust, and silence. The memory of that moment lives on, haunting the corners of my mind like a spectre. The echoes of the past ring louder than the present, a cacophony of heartache and longing. The Franco-Prussian War, a chapter etched in history, left behind not just scars on the land but deep wounds in the souls of those who survived. It became a story told in whispers, in shadows, where love met loss, where dreams crumbled under the weight of ambition, and where the very fabric of time unraveled, leaving only the threads of memory, stitched together in a tapestry of grief. Yet still, even as the world turned, even as the ghosts of the past lingered, a flicker of hope remained. A reminder that amidst the chaos, love endures. That even in the darkest of nights, beneath the weight of sorrow, the stars still shine. The air crackled with tension, a static hum that settled in the pit of your stomach, thick and oppressive. Somewhere in the distance, gunfire echoed like a morbid heartbeat, each blast punctuating the silence of a world holding its breath. I stood there, surrounded by shadows, flickering forms that darted through the chaos. The ground was soaked with memories and regrets, a tapestry woven with the blood of those who had walked before us. I remember the taste of dust and smoke, blending with the metallic tang of fear. Elena was crouched beside me, her eyes wide, reflecting the flickering light of dying flames. She was a storm of contradictions, fiery and fierce, yet haunted by the ghosts of choices not made, words left unspoken. I could see the tremor in her hands, gripping the rifle, knuckles white as she fought to steady herself. "We can't go back," she whispered, not to me, but to the memories swirling in her mind, bathed in sorrow. Those eyes, once filled with hope for a world transformed, now mirrored the desperation of a soul teetering on the edge of despair. Beside her, Marcus was a maestro of anguish, orchestrating chaos with every breath. He had always been the one to plan and calculate, but here, in this swirling maelstrom of humanity tearing itself apart, his mind raced like a frenzied train off its tracks. If we cut through the east side of the compound, he murmured almost to himself, unaware that the fabric of his strategy was unraveling under the weight of his own fears. I could see it in the twitch of his jaw, the way his eyes darted amid the shadows, scanning for threats that weren't there. A brilliant strategist, now just a man wrestling with the demons of his decisions. "Marcus," I choked out, my voice barely rising above the cacophony. It felt like a lie, claiming his attention amidst the turmoil. "We have to move. Now." Time was a cruel trickster, mocking us as seconds stretched into eternity, and with every heartbeat, the past whispered warnings. I remember the moment we stood at the crossroads, the three of us, before the first shot rang out. We were young, vibrant, unbroken, a trio forged by dreams of making an impact. Now, we felt the weight of every soldier fallen, every promise shattered, each choice clawing at our sanity. The silence of the night was punctuated by muffled cries and the harsh commands of generals shouting into the void. It was surreal. This felt less like a battlefield and more like a stage for a tragic play where we were all unwilling actors. What have we become? I thought, a shrapnel dance in the air, glinting like malevolent stars against the darkened sky. "Keep your head down," Elena shouted, suddenly throwing her body over mine, a beautiful, tragic gesture that screamed defiance against the chaos. My heart raced, and I could feel the heat of her breath against my neck, the fragility of life woven into that moment. In the distance, the city lay sprawled like a wounded beast, glowing eerily in the dark, a mix of hope and despair. It felt like the universe was watching us, stars twinkling with disinterest as we writhed in our self-inflicted wounds. "Do you remember the dreams we had?" Marcus broke the silence, his words slicing through the air, laden with a nostalgic weight. "We thought we could change the world, like heroes in those stories we read." His voice trembled, a quivering thread of longing, hope, and the bitter taste of reality. Those stories echoed in my mind, tales of valor and sacrifice, shining examples of what we believed we could be. But now, that light felt distant, a flickering flame in a storm, threatening to extinguish at any moment. "I remember," I murmured, the words barely escaping my lips, dragging with them the weight of every decision I had made. The way we laughed, the way we promised to stand side by side against the tides of fate. But now, the laughter felt hollow, a mocking echo that reverberated through the emptiness of our resolve. The cosmos didn't care for our dreams, it was indifferent to our struggles, a silent witness to our unraveling. A sudden explosion ruptured the air, throwing us to the ground. The sky blazed with fire, the world igniting in a burst of chaos. The heat washed over me, a searing reminder of the fragility of life, and I turned to find Marcus's gaze locked onto mine. In that fleeting moment, we shared a realization, a truth that cut deeper than any weapon. We were not heroes, we were pawns in a game we never wanted to play, shadows in a world driven by ambition and betrayal. "Turn back!" Elena screamed, a fierce determination igniting her voice. "We fight for something. We fight for each other." But in her eyes, I saw something else, the flicker of doubt, the glimmer of fear that threatened to consume her. The truth was, fighting this battle was more than just a struggle against the enemy, it was about battling ourselves, our fears, our past. I could see it in the shadows that flickered behind her eyes, memories of loved ones lost, decisions that echoed in an empty void. And then, as if the universe had conspired against us, a figure emerged from the smoke, a silhouette against the fire, a ghost from the past. The moment hung heavy like a pendulum, swinging with the weight of choices made and unmade, lives intertwined in a cruel tapestry. Time loomed, stretching and twisting, as we stood on the precipice of confrontation. The air shimmered with anticipation, electric and charged. Would we rise? Would we falter? The clock ticked in rhythm with our hearts, each second marking the granules of hope slipping through our fingers. It was a moment not just of survival, but of reckoning, an unrelenting force that would define our paths. In that crucible of chaos, our lessons took shape, the military and political outcomes twisted into our very souls. We were not merely fighting for territory or ideals, we were fighting for our humanity, for redemption, for the flicker of a future that felt impossibly distant. The intensity of it all enveloped us like a shroud, a haunting reminder that in war, the true battle often raged within. The clock struck midnight, its chime reverberating through the empty streets of Sarajevo like the ringing of a death knell. Shadows danced in flickering gaslight, as if the very fabric of reality trembled, whispering secrets of what was to come. I stood there, heart racing, a ghost trapped in my own skin, feeling the weight of history pressing down as if the stars themselves had aligned for calamity. The scent of gunpowder lingered in the cool night air, an uninvited harbinger of chaos. I saw him, Franz Ferdinand, decked in the sheen of authority, oblivious to the storm brewing just beyond the cobblestones. A man, a symbol, a moment suspended in time, unaware that his very presence was like a match striking against the tinder of a continent. I remember the fury in my chest, the conflicting emotions swirling like fog, each heartbeat a reminder of the fragility of life. I was not alone in this, I was part of a chorus of souls skirted by fate, men and women caught in a dance of dread and hope, at the precipice of a world gone mad. But then there was Sophie, his wife. Her laughter echoed through the cool air, a melody that seemed to cling desperately to the evening before the storm. Yet behind her smiles lurked shadows of uncertainty, the kind that gnaw at the edges of your soul. A woman of quiet strength, yet burdened with the knowledge that every royal smile might mask a heart riddled with fears of succession, of legacy, of bloodshed. I felt her tension, that brittle thread holding her together. What if, she might have wondered, this night would be the very last? And there was Gavrilo, the young assassin, his hands trembling around the cold metal of a revolver. A boy on the edge of manhood, fueled by dreams of liberation but shackled by the terror of his own resolve. The world was black and white for him, the oppressors and the oppressed, but deep within, a tempest brewed. I could see it in his eyes, a haunted glimmer that screamed of doubt. What have I become, he must have thought, even as he prepared to rattle the chains of empires. The line between hero and monster blurred in his mind, and all I could do was hold my breath, hoping he would find the courage to stand tall against the suffocating darkness. The car glided through the streets, an iron beast propelled forward, a chariot of destiny. I felt the tremors of the ground beneath me, the restless hearts of those waiting in the shadows. They were all watching. I was not a mere spectator, I was part of this world, woven into its fabric, feeling the tension coiling tight, like a serpent ready to strike. Each pulse of the engine was a countdown to the inevitable, a ticking clock that silenced reason under the weight of impending chaos. A sudden explosion shattered the night, an echoing gasp that ricocheted through time itself. I could taste the fear in the air, thick and sharp, as screams erupted like fireworks in the sky. I remember my feet moving, my body obeying primal instincts, but my mind was frozen, caught in a web of disbelief. The world was no longer what it seemed, its edges frayed, realities colliding in a cacophony of violence and horror. I saw the world tilt, a shift that would send ripples through history, a wound carved deep into the heart of humanity. Franz fell, and with him, the last bastion of peace. I don't know why my heart broke for him. Perhaps it was the futility of it all, the inevitability of tragedy looming over every choice he ever made. He was a man, not a symbol, ravaged by the weight of expectations. Sophie reached out, a desperate grasp, but the void swallowed her hope. I could feel my chest constrict, the truth like a vice tightening around me, and no one would escape unscathed. And Gavrilo, he stood there, eyes wide, the revolver slipping from his fingers, the realization crashing over him like a tidal wave. This was not the victory he had envisioned, this was a nightmare painted in blood. The echoes of gunfire would reverberate across continents, igniting a conflagration that would consume millions. I could almost see the ghosts of futures lost, the children who would never laugh, the mothers who would mourn endlessly. Time stretched thin, a threadbare tapestry of anguish and ruin. I remember the silence that followed, the collective gasp of humanity holding its breath. In that moment, the world seemed to pause, teetering on the edge of oblivion. And then came the chorus of war, the rallying cries, the drums of battle thrumming through the earth, shaking the very foundations of civilization. A heart-stopping realization, this was just the beginning. The streets which had echoed with laughter were now stained with blood, the shadows of men warping into shapes of despair. I felt the enormity of it all, the horrific beauty of destruction unfolding before me. Each second bled into the next, a relentless tide pulling me deeper into the abyss. I saw lives torn asunder, friendships shattered, families displaced, and hope snuffed out like a candle in the wind. Wars are not fought with weapons alone, they are waged in the hearts of those who suffer the consequences. I could feel the weight of their grief, the collective sorrow that spread like a plague. And yet, amidst the despair, a flicker of resolution ignited. I watched as women banded together, their voices rising above the din, calling for peace even as the world curled around them like a malevolent serpent. They were warriors, too, clad not in armor but in the soft fabric of resilience. But the clock continued to tick, unyielding, a cruel reminder that time waits for no one. The cosmos spun on, indifferent. I stood, frozen, in the eye of this gathering storm, feeling the pulse of history echo in my veins. Each breath was a reminder that the world was shifting, trembling under the weight of decisions yet to be made. I knew this was only the beginning. The whispers of the past would follow us, haunting our dreams, suffocating our hopes. The ghosts of those who had fallen would linger, their shadows stretching across time, reminding us that the war was not just a prelude, it was a prologue of despair, setting the stage for a tragedy far greater than any of us could fathom. And in that moment, as the world around me began to crumble, I understood the profound truth: this was not merely about nations or leaders, it was about humanity itself, teetering on the brink of annihilation. The war, a monstrous beast, awaited, its maw wide open, ready to consume everything in its path. And I was but a witness, breathless and unprepared for the tempest ahead. The stage had been set, and the drama was far from over. The air was thick, almost suffocating, with the acrid scent of gunpowder and despair. The world held its breath, suspended in that moment just before the storm, where the silence was a scream. I stood there, frozen, watching Johann, the soldier with the haunted eyes, his hands trembling as he clutched his rifle. I felt his pulse thrumming through the air, syncopated with the distant rumble of artillery. He was a boy from a small village, no older than 20 but already a man forged by war, his innocence chipped away like the edges of a crumbling statue. "Why do we fight?" he whispered, his voice barely breaking through the cacophony. There was a fleeting moment where I thought he might shatter under the weight of his question, the rawness of it cutting through the tension around us. His gaze drifted toward the horizon where the sun dipped below a landscape painted red with the blood of our brethren, and I could feel it, the palpable grief of brothers lost, futures obliterated. Across the field, Clara watched, hidden among the shadows of the crumbling barn. Her heart raced, each beat echoing in her ears, a relentless reminder of the life she had once known, filled with laughter and love, now a distant memory suffocated by the specter of war. She had come to say goodbye, or perhaps to find some semblance of solace in the chaos, but the reality was a jagged shard of glass lodged deep in her throat. "You can't go back," she had told Johann, her voice trembling but fierce, like a candle flickering against the dark. "You'll lose yourself." But did he even know himself anymore? Did any of us? War twisted us into something unrecognizable, something grotesque yet oddly familiar. I remembered the whispers, the stories of other wars, the endless cycles of bloodshed that echoed through history like a cursed refrain, the Civil War, with its brother against brother, the Napoleonic Wars, where ambition turned cities to ash, the darkness of the world wars, engulfing the globe in madness. Each conflict, a mirror reflecting our own fears and desires. We were all soldiers, weren't we? Battling against the very fabric of our souls. I remember the night before the first battle, the air electric with uncertainty, dreams swirling like specters. I had laid awake, visions of glory dancing tantalizingly close, only to be chased away by the gnawing dread in my gut. What if I don't come back? The thought wrapped around me like a cold hand, squeezing tighter with every heartbeat. Johann's laughter had filled the tent, a lifeline thrown into the sea of my despair. "Ah, you worry too much. We'll be legends." But legends were born of ashes, and the price of glory was steep. And there she was again, Clara. Her presence felt like a warm hand on my shoulder, a reminder of who I was beneath the uniform. She had written me letters, inked with hope and worry, each word a drop of light in the suffocating darkness. "Promise me you'll come home," she had pleaded, eyes shimmering like stars trapped in a stormy sky. The thought of her face, bright and defiant, lingered with me, curling around my heart like a vine, both beautiful and suffocating. But now, as I stood on the precipice of battle, I couldn't shake the feeling that the battlefield was not just a physical plane, it was a chasm that threatened to swallow us whole, a testament to our failures and our fragile humanity. I saw Johann's resolve crumble, the boy within him flickering like a dying flame, and I wanted to scream, to shake him, to pull him back from the brink. "Don't lose yourself, not to this." But the thunder of cannon fire roared to life, drowning out my pleas, drowning us all in the chaos of conflict. The world exploded in a frenzy of sound, a symphony of destruction that echoed through my bones. Each shot was a heartbeat, each cry of pain a reminder of our own mortality. The ground shook beneath our feet, the earth itself trembled with the weight of our choices, with the legacy of nations colliding in a brutal dance of power and pride. I wished for the simplicity of home, for the days spent in the sun, the smell of bread baking, the laughter of children echoing through the streets. And yet, this was our reality, a dark theater where shadows played out the stories of humanity's darkest desires and deepest fears. As the battle raged on, I saw men fall, their dreams extinguished, lives snuffed out like candles blown by a cruel wind. I felt the weight of their loss, each face a ghost haunting my thoughts, reminding me of what it meant to love, to fight, and to lose. Then, in a moment frozen in time, I saw Johann collapse, his body crumpling like a withered flower, petals scattered to the wind. Clara's name escaped my lips in a desperate gasp, a plea to the universe, an invocation of the life that might have been. I felt the ground beneath me give way, the abyss of grief threatening to swallow me whole, and I couldn't breathe. The battlefield morphed into a hellscape, where dreams died and hope was a cruel joke. I remember the clock ticking in the distance, each second a reminder of the preciousness of life, of the fleeting beauty of moments that slipped through our fingers like sand. I wanted to scream, to rage against the injustice of it all, the haunting reality that so many fought for ideals that crumbled like dust. But then, as if caught in a dream, I saw Clara again, her face illuminated by the soft glow of twilight, a beacon of resilience amidst the chaos. "Fight for us," her voice echoed, wrapping around me like a fragile thread. "Fight not just for the war, but for the peace that must follow." And in that moment, I realized, this was not just a battle for land or pride, it was a fight for our souls, for the flickering embers of hope that kept our humanity alive. The weight of the world rested on our shoulders, the echoes of history reverberating through us, pushing us toward a truth we had yet to confront. As I took a step forward, a fierce resolve ignited within me, and I understood that this war, this brutal, heart-wrenching war, was merely a chapter in a story far greater than ourselves. The shadows of the past loomed large, but we were more than just players in a tragic performance. In the face of uncertainty, we were alive, and that, perhaps, was the only victory worth fighting for. A clock ticks in the distance, each second a heartbeat echoing through the hollow shell of a once vibrant cafe. Outside, whispers of wind carry the scent of burnt coffee and distant smoke. I sit at a corner table, my fingers trembling, not from the chill that seeps through the cracked window, but from the weight of memories that cling like fog. It's here, in this liminal space, that I see the ghosts of our past, the haunting shadows of Franco-German relations, flickering like candle flames on the brink of extinguishment. Marie sits across from me, her eyes pools of sorrow and resilience. She was born in the ruins of a city, her childhood steeped in the ashes of conflict. I remember the nights, she whispers, her voice fragile yet fierce, the nights when silence felt like a threat, wrapping around us like a noose. She clenches her fists, the knuckles white, as if holding onto something invisible. There's pain etched into her features, a constant reminder of a shared history that neither of us could escape. Across the cafe, Julian stirs his coffee, the spoon clinking against the porcelain like a metronome counting down the moments until he must confront the truth. He's a man caught between two worlds, one foot in France and the other in Germany, straddling the line of loyalty and identity. "I remember the first time I crossed the border," he says, his voice gravelly, haunted. "I thought I could leave it all behind, the fear, the blame. But instead, it followed me like a shadow. His gaze drifts to the window, where memories collide with the reality of a divided past, echoing the rift that still runs deep between our nations. The cafe feels alive, electric with tension, as if the walls themselves are holding their breath. Outside, a child laughs, a sound so innocent it feels like a betrayal amidst this charged atmosphere. Marie's eyes flash with anger and despair. How can we let them grow up in this? After everything, her voice cracks, and I see the weight of history etched in her soul, a burden passed from one generation to the next. "We're supposed to be better than this," she says, her words laced with a desperation that cuts through the air like glass. Julian looks at her, a flicker of understanding igniting in his chest. "But how?" he asks, his tone softer now, as if afraid to disturb the fragile peace that hangs between us. "How do you forgive the unforgivable? How do you mend a wound that still bleeds?" There's a vulnerability in his admission, a crack in the armor he's worn for too long. It's a question that echoes in my mind, a haunting refrain that refuses to let go. The cafe door swings open, and a gust of wind envelops us, carrying the distant sound of sirens. It feels like a harbinger of something ominous, a chilling reminder that the ghosts of our past are never truly silent. I remember the sirens, I say, my voice barely above a whisper, the way they cut through the night, a reminder that safety is an illusion. My heart races, a drumbeat of fear and resolve. I think of the times I watched my father, a soldier turned peacemaker, returning home with echoes of war still trapped in his eyes. Marie leans in closer, her breath warm against my cheek. "We have to find a way," she insists, her voice a fierce flame battling the darkness. For us, for the children, for everyone who's had their lives torn apart. I see the fire in her eyes, the spark that ignites hope amidst despair, and it pulls me deeper into the abyss of our shared pain and potential. Julian's hand slips over the table, resting over mine, grounding me in this moment. "Maybe it begins here," he murmurs, eyes locked with mine. "In a cafe, over coffee and shared secrets. Maybe it starts with us breaking the silence." His touch is electric, a connection forged in the crucible of history, and I can feel the weight of 1,000 unspoken words hanging in the air between us. Outside, the sky darkens, clouds rolling in like an army of shadows preparing for battle. The atmosphere thickens, and I sense a storm brewing, not just in the heavens but within ourselves. I remember the rain, I say, a sudden rush of memories flooding my mind. It washed away the old, but it never erased the scars. I can feel the tension in the air, the electric charge of unvoiced fears and desires. Marie's laughter cuts through the gloom, a sound both beautiful and heartbreaking. "Scars remind us," she says, her voice steady now. "They're not just wounds, they're stories. We carry our scars with pride, knowing they shape us." I watch as her eyes fill with determination, a fierce light cutting through the darkness. "Then let's write a new story," Julian proposes, hope blooming in his chest. One where we stand together, not as enemies but as allies, healing the fractures of our past. His words resonate deep within me, igniting a spark of possibility that feels almost tangible. The cafe shudders, the glass rattling under the weight of our resolve. Outside, thunder rumbles, a fierce reminder of the storm that's approaching. I remember the thunder, I say quietly, as if sharing a secret. It's frightening, but it can also be cleansing. And as the first drops of rain begin to fall, soft and tentative, I realize that this moment is more than just a fleeting encounter. It's a turning point, a spark igniting a raging fire of change. The shadows of the past loom over us, but together, we can face the storm. The clock ticks on, relentless. Time continues its march, but in this moment, we are suspended, hearts intertwined in the weight of history and the promise of tomorrow. The echoes of our ancestors whisper through the walls, begging us to listen, to learn, to love beyond the boundaries that have divided us for too long. And as the rain pours heavier, washing away old wounds and fears, I know that the story is far from over. It stretches beyond this cafe, this moment, this fragile connection. It's in the hands of those unafraid to dream, to believe, to scream against the silence. In the heart of a divided world, we ignite a flicker of hope, a beacon piercing through the fog. And as our hands come together, I can feel the weight of the past shifting, giving way to a future that reflects the resilience of our spirits. The rain continues to fall, but now it feels different, like a promise, a cleansing, a new beginning. The cacophony of cannon fire rings in my ears, punctuating the smog-choked air with a dreadful rhythm, each blast a heartbeat of a dying nation. I stand on this scarred battlefield, the sun swallowed by the gathering storm, a celestial audience to the chaos below. I remember the faces, twisted in agony, the fear etched into their eyes like an ancient curse. This is no mere conflict, it's an eruption of despair, a cataclysm that reshapes the very essence of identity. Henri, a soldier with hands that tremble as much from the weight of his rifle as from the spectre of doubt haunting him, sprints past me. He's filled with an urgency that gnaws at his resolve, each step a frantic plea for survival. "What are we fighting for?" he yells, voice cracking like brittle glass. "Patriotism? Glory?" His question lingers in the blood-soaked earth, unanswered. I can feel his desperation. He isn't just fighting for France, he's battling the ghosts of his past, a childhood rife with dreams now shattered beneath the weight of iron and fire. Then there's Clara, back in Paris, her heart tethered to the street corners where laughter once echoed. She watches from her window, the shadows of soldiers marching past like a grim parade. "I wish I could scream," she mutters to herself, kneading dough absent-mindedly, the rhythmic motion a futile attempt to summon normalcy in a world gone mad. I see her eyes glimmer with unshed tears, bright against the backdrop of grey. When she closes them, she can still feel the warmth of sun on her skin, the taste of freshly baked bread, but that warmth is fading, evaporating under the acidic rain of artillery fire. I remember that summer, the scent of blooming lilacs drowning out the stench of fear. How naive we were, believing in honor and duty. How foolish to think that valor could change the course of history. But here we are, caught in a maelstrom of conflicting loyalties and shattered dreams, a tapestry woven from threads of betrayal and loss. Clara's love letters are scrunched in her pocket, words filled with hope, now mere whispers of a future slipping through her fingers like grains of sand. A child runs past me, a fleeting shadow, too small to understand the enormity of the war but old enough to bear its weight. He clutches a toy soldier, a relic of imagination, unaware that the world around him is crumbling. I can see Henri, fighting to suppress the rage that bubbles within him, as he wipes the sweat from his brow, realizing he is both protector and predator. He has been cast as the hero in a tragedy, and the lines are blurred, each shot fired blurring the notion of right and wrong. As night falls, a silence envelops this broken land, a chilling void where laughter used to live. The ghosts of the dead swirl in the fog, a reminder of sacrifices made, of battles fought for a cause that seems increasingly unreachable. Henri is haunted by their faces, calling out to him in the dark. "What do they want from me?" he whispers, lost. I want to tell him that they don't desire vengeance, they crave understanding, healing, something that feels so far away it might as well be on another planet. Clara, with her flour-dusted apron, stands in her dimly lit kitchen, clutching a knife. It glimmers ominously in the low light, symbolizing her internal conflict. The blade, so sharp, could slice through the veil of silence that hangs heavy between her dreams and the reality outside. She contemplates the futility of waiting, of hoping for peace in a world that thrives on conflict. Is love enough? She wonders aloud, her voice echoing in the stillness. The knife trembles in her grip, the weight of her longing almost too much to bear. Across the battlefield, Henri's breath is shallow. The air is thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder and despair as he stares at the horizon, the sun bleeding into darkness. Is this who we are? He asks the wind, which carries his words into the ether, unanswered. He can feel his heart pounding, a barbaric drum heralding not triumph but the annihilation of ideals. The glory of war is a lie, a seductive poison that drips slowly into the veins, numbing pain while amplifying the horror. And in those fleeting moments, time becomes a ghost, warping and stretching like the faces of the fallen that haunt their dreams. Clara's heart beats in rhythm with the chaos, a melody of longing and despair. Asterisk I need you, I need you, I need you asterisk the refrain echoes, a desperate plea to the universe that feels deaf to her cries. As the first flickers of dawn touch the sky, Henri steels himself, knowing he must charge forward again. But a small part of him longs to turn back, to find Clara and tell her everything will be all right. Can he promise that? Can any of us? The shadows whisper doubts into his ear, telling him he is but a pawn in a game far beyond his understanding. In the heart of Paris, Clara tears open a letter, her hand shaking, blood pounding in her temples. Words spill out, words that might never reach Henri, trapped in a war where letters are lost like lives. Her heart aches with the weight of unfulfilled promises. Each line she reads is a reminder of what hangs in the balance: love, hope, betrayal. The clash of swords and the cries of the wounded reverberate through the fabric of existence. Henri and Clara, each tethered to their own fate, encapsulated in a moment that feels eternal. The war is a tempest, raging on, reshaping perspectives like clay. They are but players on a stage where the script is still being written, the ink still wet. But what will be left when the curtain falls? As I linger in this moment, the air thick with unspoken words, the tension wraps around us like a shroud, suffocating yet intoxicating. The stories we tell ourselves, the histories we create, they shape who we are, who we will become. As I stand witness to their pain, I know that this is just the beginning. The echoes of their hearts will resonate long after the final shot is fired, reverberating through time like the ticking of a clock, relentless and unforgiving.